Yo, party people in the place to be. What's good? It's the number one chief rocker, Knicks Universe, main man, Uncle Freezy. We in here rocking for a little bit, and so we unformatted. Don't really have a format. We just gonna rock it live for a few minutes, man. You know, get in here, kick it, talk this Knicks talk to y'all the way that y'all like to have that Knicks talk to y'all, right? You're gonna get in here. We'll probably talk some Josh Hart, some RJ Barrett, some Quentin Grimes, some Thibodeau, some future of the Knicks, some playoffs, some Atlanta Hawks tomorrow night, right? We'll talk a little bit about the Orlando trip, just a little bit, not much, ain't nothing to it. Talk about my feelings on some stuff, but mainly I want to hear from y'all. I'm doing this. I already know how I feel about a lot of stuff, so I don't need a platform to you know what I'm saying. So, but listen, what I did want to talk about is some of this buyout market. I want to talk some of this buyout market, right? What are the Knicks going to do in the buyout market? Are the Knicks going to do anything? Right? Andrew Collier is in the building. David L. King Ribby is in here. JJ is in the building. Before I get started talking about this Knicks talk, the way that y'all like to have this Knicks talk to y'all, I'm going to bring in my mans. You know him. Yo, what's up, boss?
Man. Peace, yo. I enjoyed that. That is dope. That was
man.
The dopest thing I've seen.
Them. What's good? What's happening with you?
Man, I'm doing great, man. I'm happy to be here with you, my man. You know what I'm saying? Doing this Knicks talk, doing like how it needs to be.
Doing it. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Hey, man, so there's a lot of things going on, man. A lot of stuff for us to talk about.
A lot of things gonna happen.
Drake's Choppers in the building. The hip hop legend called Mega's in the building. The ghetto intellect is in the building. Man, there are a lot of topics for us.
No, I was shouting out, you know what I'm saying, ghetto intellect, you know what I'm saying, Core Mega, you know what I'm saying, Kerry Cox, you know what I'm saying, all them good dudes, JJ. You know
son of the legend.
You know what I'm saying?
Man.
The Almighty.
Yeah,
you know
man.
I think he can. If not, oh well. Anthony, you know what I'm saying? Alvarado.
Anthony Alvarado is in the building. What's good? Salute.
I ain't even take over the job, bro. Let me fall back.
Yeah, nah, man. We good. I mean, we super good. Let me first start by saying there have been a lot of things happening in Knicks universe, right?
No
and so we need to address a lot of them. A lot of jumping out of the window, a lot of jumping off the mountaintops, right?
Exactly.
A lot of people pouting, a lot of people mad, like their lip stuck out. A lot of people mad with their lip stuck out and all of that, man. A lot of people jumping for joy, you know. And listen, I to be honest with you, I don't care what group you in, whatever group you're in, enjoy it. Whatever group you're in, enjoy it. Do your thing, enjoy it. Before we get into the topics, though, let me bring in my guy. Hold on. Uh, uh, uh,
Yo,
uh.
The nephew.
Yo,
what's
hey,
up, Lee?
hey,
What
hey,
up,
yo,
Freezy? What up to the chat? What up, everybody? How y'all
Yeah, my
doing?
hey, peace,
nephew.
peace,
Yo,
peace.
salute to you,
Yo, your
yo.
man's is backstage. Your man showed up late just so I can do this. Uh, uh.
Big
All
Adam.
right.
Yo, what's good, fam?
Yeah,
What's
What's up,
man.
Adam?
good? What's good, everyone? Corey, Dre, my man Streezy. Salute to everyone in the panel in the chat.
What's good, boss?
The Lawrence Cheers is back, y'all.
Damn.
We here.
Back again. Yeah,
Yo,
man.
yeah, the silver
Yeah,
fox
man.
is right here.
Yeah, man. So we so I have a lot of stuff that I want that I want to kind of introduce into the conversation. The conversation we probably should have. I'm gonna be try to be as neutral as I can about it because I want to be fair to everybody on all sides. But we got to have the Josh Hart conversation, in earnest.
Most
You know what I'm saying?
definitely.
We got to have the impact of Hart on this Knicks team. We got to talk about where we are at the 59 game mark. 59
Yeah.
games in, did you think the Knicks would be 5 games over 500? Do you
No.
think Tom
Yes.
Thibodeau is doing a good job? Right? Do you think the front office is doing a good job? 59 games into the season, 23 games left to go in the regular season. Right? How do you feel about RJ? How do you feel about Brunson? Is Jalen Brunson a superstar? Right? Is Julius Randle a star? We got to have these type of conversations. Let's start off with this thing. Let's start off with this. Dre, I want to ask you first, right? Is Jalen Brunson a superstar?
He has the talent to be, but the thing that makes someone a superstar is they do it at a high level for multiple seasons. You can't be a superstar after 1 year.
Okay.
Now, and that's dependent on multiple factors: maintaining being healthy,
Okay.
consistency in play, and from all
Right.
that I've seen in Brunson, he can project to being that, provided the usage and his health and the right situation. Also, situations can make superstars
Okay.
with correct development and being utilized correctly. So right now, I won't say he's a superstar because if he was a superstar right now, we wouldn't be talking about him being a replacement, an injury replacement. He would have just gotten it off the strength. It takes a little bit of time. Like the things that make superstars beyond skill is notoriety and being seen in multiple areas and endorsements and all these other things that come with it. And I can't just say he's a superstar yet
Well,
after
Iggy
50
Azalea
something
did
games.
ask him for a picture last
It's
night.
coming. It's coming. It's coming.
Iggy Azalea did ask for a picture with Jalen Brunson last night. So
That was the first part. That was the first time we seen like a
that's
superstar
the tip
type
of the iceberg.
activity. Yeah, that's the beginning. But I would say
Mhm.
this time next year, when he gets it off the strength of just being in the All Star game, not an injury replacement, and he's averaging the 25, 26, 6, 7 assists, and
So
he's
you're putting him
heading
in
the
the
team.
Anthony Edwards category then.
Yeah, I can put him in that area where
Okay.
he's entering the limelight.
In that Darius Garland area.
Yeah, basically in that area. Well, I will say because of the scenario of him being in New York, if he gets the same exact numbers as Darius Garland, he's just going to be bigger just because he's in New York. They
Mm.
can have the same splits, the same everything, but as to say what makes a superstar, opportunity, location, visibility, skill, impact, all those things round out what makes a superstar. And
Right. Okay.
and I'll say I can say pretty much he's better than Darius Garland right now, in my opinion. He's better than Darius Garland. So, but
What did you just say?
I mean, Brunson is better than Darius Garland.
Do not push back on that one, yo. Do not push back on that one. I'm talking to Freezy.
Lee,
And
Lee? Are you jumping out the window, Lee? Are you jumping out the window for Jalen Brunson?
I'm gonna tell you like this, yo, because I don't open my big ass mouth. Excuse my language. I'm gonna say this, yo. For as much as my nephew just said, I'm gonna back him up on about 78 to 90% to what he said,
First of
and
all,
I'm pretty much
is a wide range, right?
no,
That's a wide
nah.
range, right?
Yeah, okay. Well, then I'm gonna express to you what I'm thinking about Jalen Brunson.
Okay.
Jalen Brunson in itself has unified what we didn't have for a moment. For Jesus Christ, I've been a Knicks fan for like 40 plus years.
Right.
So now you talking about something that we didn't have since who left? I could think about the Carmelo era. I could think about the era before that. You know what I'm saying? Which was my man from Brooklyn. But after that,
Marbury.
yo, this dude Marbury, and those were the only significant people besides my man. I can't think of his name. The young man, he got fat. His last name is
Felton?
with an S.
Ray Felton.
Felton. Excuse me. Exactly. Ray Felton, back and forth, and Marbury. They were the most decent, and I say decent. You know what I'm saying? Because Marbury was a star. He was supposed to be a star, but he really wasn't that star that Brunson is. Brunson's bringing his game. He brought his game to New York, and he's exploding as we are watching it right now and in real time. Knicks fans, you need to understand something. This young man is wanting to be here, and he's doing his thing.
Lee, okay, I got you. So, I got you. I'm gonna say this as a long-term time fan. So what?
Okay,
I
then.
would say this is a long time. Mentioning some of them names that you mentioned.
So what?
They are not. They don't have the impact that Jalen Brunson is having right now.
Okay,
The impact that
so
Jalen Brunson is having right now. Those dudes are not even in the same conversation. You know what I'm saying?
With the so what fans, you know what I'm saying? I get it, but you know what though? I'm telling you right now.
But Lee, listen to me. Hear me out. Those dudes are not balling like Brunson is right now, and those dudes are not having the winning impact. Those dudes are not having an impact on winning like Jalen Brunson is right now. I wouldn't even drag them. I wouldn't even put them dudes' name in the same category as Jalen Brunson.
I understand that, but I'm saying that we have been missing a point guard. That's been my argument right now.
But so what? We talking about this year though, Lee. This year, yeah, right. That's my point. The point is everything that happened before Brunson is not Brunson's fault. And it's not. And so what I'm saying to you is Jalen Brunson in this moment through these 59 games, Jalen Brunson has been looking elite, bro.
Exactly. He's our most. I agree with you. If I didn't explain that, I agree with you. So what I'm trying to tell you is that yes, he is our most valuable player.
Oh,
without no doubt.
Okay.
No. Co-valuable player, without no doubt.
Okay.
Co.
Okay. Yeah, because the thing about Brunson, and I think Dre and I talked about this last night. So he didn't get off to a fantastic start as a Knick, right? But it's something to be said about going to a new place, learning a new role, getting used to your new environment and things of that sort, right?
Fact.
During that time, whether we realize it or we'll accept it or not, RJ Barrett and Julius Randle were doing the heavy lifting. Mostly Randle, a lot of RJ, and then Brunson just took over and then went to outer space with it. You
It
feel
was
me?
it was establishing like a hierarchy at some point. He didn't want to step on toes when he first
Yeah,
got here. He was just being
yeah,
steady. I'm gonna get this 19 20
right,
points pretty
right.
efficiently. And then he learned his role and then he learned his place within the entire team. And with confidence and playing well, you see him growing. Like when he first came here, the 3 point shot wasn't hitting like it was the last 20 or so
No,
games.
and he wasn't taking it.
Yeah, he was taking maybe one, two, or three a game. Now
Maybe
he's
three.
taking
Yes.
4, 5, 6 in that
Now he
range.
dribbling. Now he's stepping into the three, like
He's
looking for it.
he's chaining dribble combinations to get to a step back for a three. He wasn't doing that the first month and a half here. I guess he didn't never necessarily had the confidence.
Right, right,
Right.
right. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Um I feel as if I feel as if the Jalen Brunson thing is real, right? Because you can tell when people are hot. When people get hot, they make shots and they look at themselves like, I can't believe I made that. I'm in the zone. They give you that look, right? Like Jordan against the Portland Trailblazers, where he couldn't miss.
Mhm.
Anybody who saw that live, like in '92, Jordan against the Blazers, when they were triple teaming him with dudes 6'7" or greater, and he was just throwing up shots and they were just going in. He was like, I don't know. This is
Out of body
this is
experience.
yeah. And we
With
knew Mike,
Brunson, yeah.
yeah, Mike was the best player on the planet. But even he surprised himself when he realized he could take his offensive game to another level, right? The Brunson thing, though, in comparison, I think Brunson is this is the tip of the iceberg. You don't know for sure where his offensive weaknesses are right now, right? You don't know where like what his peak is. We do feel like at times teams can throw junk defenses at him. Teams like Toronto will throw a 6'9" power forward on him to defend him. But once he gets over that hurdle, I don't know if there's a defense out there that can stop him.
I said coming into this year, the thing that will take him to the next level in his game is the off the dribble 3 point shot. And it basically took him from a 20 point per game guy to a 25, 26 point per game guy, essentially in half of the season. You can see like before he was taking that 3 pointer on a consistent basis, and after
Right.
you see the spike in his scoring because teams have to respect that 3 pointer. And when they start respecting that, that makes his first step even better. That
Right.
makes his handle shake you even worse. It
Right.
makes you even more off balance. It makes you draw more fouls.
Right.
And then I think the thing that will take him into superstardom where he's not at just yet is when he learns how to leverage his scoring into playmaking. And he
Right.
turns into a 26, 27 guy with 8, 9 assists, just
Yeah.
casually, very efficiently.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
what would catapult him into superstardom. And that would be maybe a year or two down the line when he's in all-star consideration off the merit, off the strength, without being considered a injury replacement.
I think he's an all-star right now.
No, no, no.
I
I'm
think he
saying he's playing right now, but when you earn that right, you get in a position where DeMar DeRozan got selected in the All-Star game, and he may not have earned that off as just a singular play.
yeah. But what I'm saying though is I think the guys that are left whoever the Jaylen Brown injury replacement is going to be, I think it's clearly Jalen Brunson.
Well, DeRozan's not going to play either. He has
Okay.
a quad strain,
Okay.
a,
Okay.
a grade 1 quad strain. So he's out right now. He's not going to play in the All-Star game. So that's 2 guard spots right there.
Okay.
So 2 of Harden, Garland, and Brunson will make it basically.
What about Trae Young?
Ooh, I forgot about him. So 2 of Harland, 2 of
Garland,
Harden, Garland, Brunson, or
Brunson,
Trey.
Trae Young. Yeah.
Yeah. Or maybe Jimmy Butler, maybe, big maybe, but that would just be off of precedent. And that's where superstars get the benefit of the doubt in situations like that.
Okay.
Guys like James Harden have a past rep, you know?
Right. My thing is speaking to
But if we're
that.
talking about play for play, he definitely
Right.
deserves it.
That's the point that I want to get to right there. I don't care about people's past resume.
Right.
Nobody is the same person that they used to be, right? In a good way and in bad ways. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? What I'm saying is this: the Jalen Brunson right now is playing better than James Harden, better than Trae Young, better than Darius Garland right now at this moment, right? And
Right.
if you go by all-star performances in the first half, if you take into account what's happening right now, the past 25 games, it's Jalen Brunson, right? It's
For sure.
Jalen Brunson. But here's the thing that I want to do. So Adam, you still there?
Yeah, I'm here. I
Okay.
heard that they were talking about Jalen Brown that has a face injury. That they could squeeze in Jalen Brunson if Jalen
Jalen
Brown
Brown
can't go.
is not gonna play. Jalen
Yeah.
Brown
Right. Yeah.
what's his name? DeMar DeRozan, who made it, is
Rosen.
not gonna play.
Yeah. Yeah, they said they could squeeze in Jalen Brunson for Jalen Brown to put Jalen Brown's spot.
Right. Now
That's what I heard.
right. That's what we're all hearing, right?
Yeah.
And my thing has always been this. I know the All-Star game is important, but the All-Star game is not it. Right?
Yeah.
Don't tell me such and such is a 52-time All-Star. I don't care. Well, what
Mhm.
matters to me is all NBA. Are you one of the best 5 players in the NBA, or best 10 players in the NBA, or best
It's
15 players,
yeah, 15.
regardless of conference, right? That's the measuring stick I go by, right? Now, the thing I wanted to mention too, not only is Jalen Brunson balling at an elite level, it's almost offensively, it's almost Clyde Frazier level offense, almost,
Now, now we ain't
right?
gonna jump out the window. We ain't gonna
Yeah,
jump out the window
yeah,
with
no,
that
because we
one.
ain't gonna be disrespecting Clyde. But what I'm saying is, if you're a Knicks fan, most of y'all have never seen um an elite offensive player at the point guard position for the Knicks, and the Knicks are winning, right? The two have to go hand in hand. I don't care about
Facts.
Jamal Crawford scoring 37 against the Milwaukee Bucks on a random Thursday night in Milwaukee and we lose by 17. I don't care,
Mhm.
right? But Jalen Brunson is playing at this high level and it's impacting winning. And I know what people are going to say. Well, Jamal Crawford's a shooting guard. Jamal Crawford, we know we know what Jamal Crawford is. He's a hybrid, like mostly off the bench, elite handles, can't play make. Some point, y'all get what I'm saying,
Hey,
right?
Freezy, I'm liking it. I'm gonna liken this to like one of Damian Lillard's earlier formative years in like 2016. Damian Lillard didn't make the All Star team, but he made All NBA second team.
Okay.
It's a rare, it's semi rare, but a lot. It happens every other year. Like a guy doesn't make the All Star team,
Right.
but he makes the All NBA team, whether second team or first
It
team
can it can happen.
or third team. And at this pace, if even if Brunson doesn't make it as a replacement, he continues this play for the what? How many games we have left? 23, 24 games.
Who's the best? Is Jalen Brunson the best point guard in the NBA right now?
Well, playing, I would say Steph Curry is the best point guard in the. Well, it depends what you consider a point guard, but
Is Jalen Brunson the best point guard in the NBA this moment, right now?
I'm gonna say for the moment, yes. For the moment,
I'm not
Uh,
gonna say that.
for the moment, for the moment, for the
I'm going
last couple,
to.
for the last. Hey, hold on a second. Let me say something. For the moment, for the last what I say
2 weeks.
6 to 8 weeks, the 6 to 8 weeks, yes, he has. He's been
Well, he's
putting in major
performing.
work.
Well, no matter of fact, I'm gonna say this: Dame Lillard is going off right now as we speak.
Right
Like
at this moment.
he's
Yep.
going crazy right now. So
Right.
I'm going
Okay,
to
but
say, yeah, I'm going to say Steph Curry and Damian Lillard are the best point
wow,
guards in the league right now.
No. I'm
wow.
not talking about their resume. I'm not talking about Steph Curry resume, bro.
well, no, we're talking about how they're currently playing, like the
Yeah, I'm
level
talking
of
about how they
play
Yeah, how they're
playing
right
currently
right
now.
now.
playing. Those 2 point guards are the
Yeah,
best in
Steph
the
Curry's
league
not
right
playing
now.
right now, though.
No,
That's
he's
a
He's
not
good
hurt.
playing
point.
until after the All Star break. He's not coming back until after the All Star break.
For the
Yeah.
That's what they
last
said.
6 to 8 months,
But in the league
the
wise, he's
last
playing. He's the best point guard in the league right now.
Is okay. Let me draw some context. So for one, SGA Shea Gilgeous Alexander is a point guard and title only. He's often on the floor with Josh Giddey, who I feel like is their real point guard, right?
Right.
SGA is their playmaker. He's only labeled a point guard, right? Just like Quickly is labeled a shooting guard, but for the Knicks he runs point. Period.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Here's the thing. You have to take into account guys that are playing for this question I'm asking. You have to take into account what I'm asking is Jalen Brunson the best point guard in the NBA right now? I don't know if I can definitively say yes, but I also can't definitively say no. And the reason why I say that is because the point guards that I'm comparing him to are guys like Kyrie Irving, who, man, seems to light the world on fire anytime he wants to.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Freezy, if
Yeah,
you
yeah.
mind, I was gonna read like the last 10 games of Dame Lillard scoring, like if
Okay,
you don't
all right.
mind.
All right, but here's the thing. Do me a favor. If you
Yeah.
do that, let us know if his team won or lost.
Okay, then I'd have to. Okay, let me look up. But I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna just tell you the scores, and I'll try to look up the winning or not. But
Oh, you said the last
um,
10 games? You said the
yeah,
last 10 games, right?
yeah,
The
yeah.
last 10 games, the Portland Trailblazers are wow, I can't
They've
find
had
them.
injuries though recently. I
They're
think.
6-4 in their last 10 games.
Okay, and I was gonna
But Freeze,
say
Hey, Adam,
he,
hold on, let
he
me finish. Go
yo,
ahead,
I was gonna
finish.
say he's dropped 60, 30, 42, 42, 29, 40, 28, 33, 38, 40. He's averaging basically 40 in the last 10 games.
Okay.
So if we're talking just individual play, no one is beating Dame at point guard right this second as of the last 2 3 weeks. Now
All right.
behind him, I think Brunson is right there in terms
Okay.
of individual point guard play.
Okay.
yeah, I
All
would
right.
say, I would say, Freezy, the New York Knicks, Jalen Brunson will be the best point guard for the Knicks to have. But the best point guard in the league, no, not yet.
All right. So we know that
That
already, Adam.
yeah,
Because the
but
Knicks don't have
for the
another
Knicks,
the
yes,
Knicks don't have another point guard on the roster playing
no,
even
but
comparable. So
no, but Brunson is the
we
best point
understand
guard for the Knicks right now.
right. I'm saying, and I'm telling you, we understand that because the Knicks don't have a better alternative right now.
Exactly.
It's not like the Knicks have 3 point guards and we want to choose
No,
between.
it would have been
You know what I'm saying?
nice.
But what I will say though, that gives me the opening. That gives me an opening to discuss this, right? So while Jalen Brunson, okay. Here's the thing. I won't go that far yet.
Right.
Right. That's just a little. Let me. I won't go. I won't get into that yet. I just wanted to get into the Jalen Brunson is a top 3 point guard right now conversation. Is Jalen Brunson better than Luka Doncic? No.
No,
Is Jalen Brunson better than Kyrie long
no,
term, short term? No, I don't think so.
no.
Is Jalen
I don't know
Brunson
about that. But
is Jalen Brunson? You don't know if he's better than Kyrie short term and long term.
I'm just saying.
Wow.
I'm
Okay.
just
I
Too
think
soon.
I think it's a push right now in terms of how they're playing at this exact
that
second.
argument
Yeah,
right there
it's
is a push. Exactly.
Okay.
I think it's a push.
I'm listen. When I say that, I'm not arguing against nothing that Kyrie has done because he has been a mega superstar before. He's won championships, so I can't go against that. But since that championship, Kyrie has not pushed the needle to go nowhere other than the playoffs.
I mean, to be very fair, it's hard
And
for
I'm
a
being
small
blunt.
guard. It's hard for a small guard to drag a team without help in this iteration of the NBA. You got to be a big
But he's
wing.
yeah.
had help. You know,
Yeah,
no, no, no. Listen, listen.
I know
No,
what you're saying, Corey.
he's had help.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, he's had help now for the last
Uh,
4 or 5 years now.
Okay. All right.
And just the fact that okay, he didn't want to take the shot. Okay, you know what I'm saying. Whatever the case may be, all these circumstances came up. He did not put winning first, which most champions does. That's
Yeah.
all I'm saying.
I'm I'm
And
I'm,
and
I'm
I'm not
Corey.
hating on Kyrie
Hey
because I
Corey,
think he's a great athlete.
like Corey. I'm gonna keep it a stat. There's only been but 2 point guards in like the last 40 years to like prohibitively be the best player on their team to win a title.
You're right.
2 or 3.
It's
Like
Kyrie,
it's hard.
it's Kyrie and Steph.
No. The best player on their team to win a title, it's legitimately Steph Curry, Isaiah Thomas,
Okay.
and Chauncey have been
Okay, I agree. I
Yeah.
agree.
the
Chauncey
best
is
player.
big. Though. Yeah. Chauncey
I
is a
agree.
big.
Nah,
Yeah.
nah,
Chauncey's
no,
a big guard.
those examples are perfect examples. I can rock with that.
Right. But so let me just say this right quick because I want to rebut that. I think that's media hype.
Wow.
Yeah, I think that's media hype. The point guard thing. Rob the Nick used to try to tell me that every night. Every night, Rob the Nick was like, "You can't win a championship with a small guard,"
I
and
don't
I'm
think you
like,
can. It's just I think it's harder. I don't think you
yeah,
can't at all. I just think it's
yeah,
harder.
yeah. The thing is, winning championships itself is
It's
hard.
hard, right? Facts.
Right, right. And so the group, and I'm not getting away from the Brunson conversation. I just want to clarify: winning championships is hard. And when we say small guards can't win championships, right? Like we look at this pool, it's like only a certain number of small guards that should even be in the conversation. There was a stretch where Isaiah Thomas, remember Isaiah Thomas from the Boston Celtics? Remember Boston Celtics, Isaiah Thomas?
Yeah, he was averaging 30 on like the number one seed or something like that. Then he hurt
Killing
his
it.
hip, and then
Yeah,
that was
killing
that.
it, right? You remember John Wall, the John Wall Bradley Beal backcourt? John
Ooh,
Wall was
they
killing it.
underachieved though, but they were killing it.
Yeah, they ran up against. Yeah, they were in a different era. That team would have won more games, right?
Right. They should have
Um
made an
um
ECF in a different era.
yeah,
At
that
least one of
team
them.
because that team was deep. They were so deep that they had Gortat and Oubre like their eighth or ninth players,
They
right?
had Otto Porter Jr. as like
And the Morris twin.
4 or 5. Like
Yeah. So but the point that I'm getting at
oh,
is
Freezy, Joe Madden might want to get on the panel. He asked earlier. I don't know if you so
okay. All right. Just let me finish. Okay.
got you.
All
Got
right.
you.
All right. So let me what I'm getting at is Jalen Brunson's greatness should not be understated by Knicks fans, right? And I'm talking about greatness in this moment, right? I'm talking about greatness in this moment. I'm not talking about how great he was last year. I don't care. He wasn't a Knick. I'm not talking about next year. All right. I'm talking about right now in this moment. Jalen Brunson is playing great NBA basketball, so much so that I think Jalen Brunson is a borderline top 10 NBA player right now. And for
Mm,
all and there are
Ooh.
a lot of players that will list 7 through 13 or so
Mhm.
that are only great because they have help, right? Like SGA, listen, I don't even want to hit the SGA thing. No, Brunson is better than SGA. Period. They win more games, and Jalen Brunson is doing more with less. At some points during the game, when Jalen Brunson comes off the floor, Miles McBride runs the point, right? And then, but when SGA goes off the bench, they pass it to if Giddey is already on the floor, they go to Trey Mann. I like Trey Mann over Miles McBride right now, right? And truth be told, I think I might like Josh Giddey's overall prospectus over Emmanuel Quickly in this moment, right?
But who on that team is better than Randle though?
But Dre, you gotta let me finish. I'm okay. All right. Well,
my
good,
bad,
bro.
my bad, Freezy. My bad, my fault.
Yeah,
my fault.
Dre, you jumping out the window right now.
Yeah.
That was my fault. That was my fault.
No. What I'm saying is because if you say that, you could say, do you take their coach over Thibodeau? There are a lot of things you can go. There are a lot of factors you can go into when you're talking about the other parts of the team. You know what I'm saying? Do they play a sustainable style? Right? Like this model that the Knicks are in right now, this 9-man rotation where you squeeze all the juice out of the fruit. What's going to happen when all the juice is gone out of the fruit for the Knicks? Then what? Right? So my point is, Brunson right now is doing more with less. Because even when he's on the floor, even in the starting five, there is only one legitimate ball handler on the floor. When you go Brunson, Grimes, RJ, Randle, whoever the center is, there's only one threatening ball handler. Everybody else has to back way out and get a call for a screen or ISO. Right? All the other guys that we mentioned that we think are better than Brunson, like Damian Lillard, if Damian Lillard is trapped, he can get the ball to a dude named Anthony Simons. Now, I know y'all think Anthony Simons is a bench player that'll never be any good, right? But Anthony Simons is legit going to be a star in this league. Does Jalen Brunson have that in the backcourt with him? No. Kyrie Irving is in Dallas. The trap comes for Kyrie. He can give it to a dude named Luka. And I know we hadn't seen much of it, but basketball minds can understand that if Kyrie Irving is trapped, which should never happen with Luka on the floor, but if it does, he can give it to a dude named Luka in the backcourt with him. Same thing with Trae Young. If you trap Trae Young, you can give it to DeJounte Murray. If you trap SGA, you can give it to Josh Giddey. If you trap Jalen Brunson, you're giving the ball to Julius Randle or Quentin Grimes or RJ Barrett. And for that reason, when we do all the comps of all the other guards, for that reason by itself, we should elevate Jalen Brunson higher in the pecking order of the great NBA players right now in the NBA. Now, I know that doesn't make a lot of sense in people's minds, right? Like, what does having other great talent in the backcourt mean for the great player? It means that when that player is hit with a junk defense, a gimmicky defense, there's an answer to it that can be solved without that player exerting more energy, right? Like when we play Toronto, if we had, think about this, if the Raptors do that junk defense to Damian Lillard, Anthony Simons is going to kill them all game long. But when we face that junk gimmicky defense, St. Washington Wizards did it to us too. Junk gimmicky defenses, and it forces long 3-pointers by RJ Barrett, right? Forces long 3-pointers pull-ups by Julius Randle. See, we can't live with that. But other teams, Damian Lillard, the reason why Damian Lillard can do that is because even if you just trap up top, defend up top, they can get it to a dude named Jeremy Grant. The Knicks can't do that. Right? The Knicks can't do that. That's for that reason I'm saying on the surface, what it looks like, it just looks as if Jalen Brunson is just taking all the shots, but it's not. Teams are defending us in a weird way, and Jalen Brunson has to deal with that with no backup. Right? The closest thing to that is Emmanuel Quickly right now. That's the closest thing to it is Emmanuel Quickly. But if Emmanuel Quickly was Anthony Simons type talent or Luka Doncic type talent or Josh Giddey type talent or Klay Thompson, Jordan Poole, Draymond Green type talent or DeJounte Murray type talent or Ben Mathurin type talent, Buddy Hield type talent, this whole conversation would be different. This conversation would be like, man, Jalen Brunson is averaging 26 and 11, but he can't get the 11 because the other guys are not at that level of contribution yet. That's all. That's what I'm saying right there, Dre. I'm not saying that those other guys are not good. I'm saying those other guys have more stuff to operate with.
Can I
And
point out a player? Can I point out a player in a similar situation as that?
Hold on a second.
Okay.
Can I, Drake, I know because he calls you out,
Drake.
Lee,
Lee, come on, man. Come on. Go ahead, boss. Go ahead. Lee, go ahead, boss.
I'm loaded.
Okay.
Oh, am I? You want me to go? Or
no,
you
go
going?
ahead, Lee.
Go ahead, son.
Okay. I was gonna say a player with a similar situation as that is John Morant, and he averages 27 because his two guard isn't really a ball handler; he's just a shooter.
Okay.
And then no one else. He has Dylan Brooks, and he's not that good with the ball in his hands. He's a turnover machine. Plays with Steven Adams, and Jaren Jackson is a 7-footer. Essentially, he's not a ball handler. So in terms of like a second ball handler, it's John Morant. And a thing that kind of differentiates Brunson from like Dame is Dame can see the trap coming from 30 feet away, and he'll just put up the jumper anyway.
Is Memphis winning just because of John Morant though?
Oh no. They're not winning just because of John Morant.
Right.
He's the superstar in the team, but it's the pieces work together. They mesh
because
together.
the thing I'm pointing to is last year this team without a point guard looked terrible.
Absolutely.
This year you add Jalen Brunson, and at the same point last year where you were 3 games under 500 last year, or it's February, so we were like 6 games under 500, right?
And then
this year we're
collapsed.
5 games over 500.
It collapsed in February. What, 3-17?
Right, or 1-18, I think.
Oh,
what's up, Joe?
I think it was 3-17. What up, Joe?
What's up, guys?
I thought we won 1 game in February last year.
It might have been one game in February, but we definitely had a stretch where we went 3-17, probably leading over into March.
And for the record, RJ Barrett averaged like 30 points a game last February. And we were like 1-18. So
RJ's been off lately.
RJ's best stretch in his career was one of our worst stretches in the last 2 years under Tibbs.
Yeah, he's been off.
Okay.
He's been off.
Please let me say something.
Go ahead, Lee.
Now, what this said, now we just talked about this whole little Jalen Brunson situation, everything like that, and how he did his thing. And you're right, he deserves to be an all-star all the way. All the way. Now, what I'm about to bring into you all is this. Because I'm gonna change the subject just a little bit, but not too much.
Let's just stay on.
I mean, unless you want me to, Freezy, because I'm going to bring up somebody right now who's really changing the narrative of what we're about to do right now. Somebody's right now the most, Joe, I ain't gonna lie to you. Did we need a superstar? Do we need a superstar? Some people say yes, we do. We don't. You understand what I'm saying? Now, I understand this. You know what I'm saying? You said Ja Morant is the superstar right now. And how many years he's been in the league now? 4 years. Am I correct?
It's his 4th season. Yeah.
Yeah, he came out of the same draft as RJ. He was right ahead of him.
Okay, now listen. Now, you know what I'm saying? Don't laugh at me. Do not criticize me. Or well, if you do, I care less. We have a superstar, and his name is Julius Randle. Because you know why? Because he's been the most consistent person the Knicks have had this season. And I've never ever said this until now. Okay, that's just one. Two, the next person I'm about to bring up right now is this young man, Jason Hart. Jason
Josh Hart.
Hart, Josh Hart, excuse me, Josh Hart. Josh Hart has been brought here to the New York franchise to get RJ Barrett correct. You understand what I'm saying? He's the example for RJ Barrett.
But what's this have to do with Brunson?
No.
Is it like a direct thing with Jalen Brunson?
Oh no, because no, it does. Yeah, it does. It is a direct thing with Jalen Brunson.
Okay.
You understand what I'm saying? Because what we fail to realize is that they all have connections. Brunson, um, Hart, and Randle. LA, college, and you know what I'm saying, the pros. They know how to play with each other. They're familiar. Iron sharpens iron. For the wing that we need, that we always been talking about, we need a wing who can defend, who would do all this stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? But the only thing is about the fact is the young man is 6'5". He's not 6'8". He's not 6'9". But he rebounds. You know what I'm saying? He's averaging 8-9 rebounds a game. You understand what I'm saying? The young man is shooting the lights out right now. You know what I'm saying?
Jalen Brunson, though. What does it have to do with Jalen Brunson, though, is what I'm saying. Because I asked Dre a specific question about Jalen Brunson, and then you jumped in.
Oh, I apologize. Well, I may have changed the narrative, and I apologize.
No, where I have the connection in on that though is with like he's kind of saying with RJ that Hart's here to help RJ. I think Hart's here to replace RJ because to go back to Brunson.
Hold on, hey, wait, hold on, y'all, hold on, wait a minute. Wait a minute, hold on, y'all. Come on, man. Listen. We were talking about a specific thing, and both of y'all jumped in and just changed the subject. Like what we talked about didn't even. Come on, y'all.
You're correct. You're correct. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we got time, bro. We got time. We're gonna get to these things. But I asked my man Dre a specific question about Jalen Brunson, and y'all just took the football and ran with it like the other way. We got time for RJ and Hart. But what I wanted to do though is speak specifically, but because what's happening is in Knicks universe. Knicks fans legit are jumping out of the window over Josh Hart. And I get it. I'm excited too about Josh Hart. And was I excited about the initial price? No. But now it's water under the bridge. But Jalen Brunson right now is playing like a superstar. Right?
And Josh Hart.
And instead of acknowledging that Jalen Brunson is balling out of control. We're talking about Josh Hart. Hold on for a second, y'all.
Let's get it. Y'all be spitting with your flows, I'm just podcasting.
That's right.
On the air every day, I'm just podcasting. You don't know what that mean when I say I'm podcasting. I'm broadcasting these flows with the podcasting. Every day of my life, I'm just podcasting.
Right.
Share my dreams with you, mean I'm podcasting. You can see my vision through the podcasting. But don't forget J Boogie when I'm broadcasting. I'm podcasting, he's podcasting. I've been spitting this venom since Karate Flicks. When Mr. Sims was sharing nothing but the Knicks. I guess you know by now, I seen some tough years. Now I know the reason why Freezy got them blowing tears. Closest thing to the...
J Boogie is in the building. What's good, J Boogie?
What's good, Boogie?
What's going on, my brother? How
Appreciate
you
you,
doing?
God.
How's everybody? Happy Valentine's to everybody in the world, man. Blessings, health, and happiness to everybody. Shout out to the greatest people in the chat, the most respectful, loyal people it is in the world, the universe, completely. All sports belong to that orange and blue chat. You know, what's going on with y'all, gentlemen, man? I hear y'all talking. I hear y'all. I'm listening.
Okay.
Salute, Boogie.
What's good, baby?
Bro, how
No,
does it
Boogie,
feel? How does it feel
I
to
messed
have a
around
point guard
and
in New
changed the
York City, bro?
narrative.
How's it feel? How's it feel to be a Knicks fan and to have a point guard in the city of point guards? Like people forget, like the city is the city of point guards, bro. When you talking about Bob Cousy, Kenny Smith, Steph Marbury, Mr. Chibbs, Kenny Anderson. You know what I'm saying? This is a city historically of point guards, and for a long time we
Wow,
never
you said
had
with
one,
the
and
chip.
now we have one. How you feel about that, J Boogie?
Man, I'm gonna tell you how I feel about it. I just finished the song. I just finished the song called Point Guards. And it's paying homage to all the point guards that come from the city of New York that play in the league, or the ones that
Wow.
didn't play in the league. And I also highlighted this dude that's wearing number 11 in it. The song is really, dedicated to all the point guards in New York and this guy that we
That's why
got right
you
now in
the
the
that's
orange
why
and blue.
you the dopest, yo.
So I just finished wrapping that up. I'm just waiting for it to be mastered, mixed, and everything
Salute.
right now.
Wow.
I'm man, I'm so happy. I'm so happy with this dude that we got. You know, so many players come here, and our jerseys become vests. They become too heavy.
Yep.
Yo, this guy right here is not. He don't fear at all the moment of nothing. He don't fear the city. He don't fear nothing. Stop, baby. He is. He has this guy right here. To say you want to come here and show why you want to be here are two different scenarios.
Yeah.
And this guy we got right here, I can't say enough about this guy. And I'm listening to what y'all saying. I'm gonna go ahead and say this is right now, up until these games that we don't play, Jalen Brunson has put up the best guard performance in the first year of being a Knick in history. I don't care who you are. These numbers, these guys, what,
Fact.
16, 30-point games, 40-point games. This guy right here. And the charges he's taking, this guy has his whole body on the line for the city of New York. I just want to say thank you for you coming over here and being a part of the New York Knicks. For a long period of time, we ain't had, a point guard. This guy has come here and made us realize, what we've been missing for years. So, and I heard y'all talking about comparison, who's the best guard right now and all that. I'm going to say this. He's the best point guard in the East at this moment, right now.
All right. Let me bring my guy in real quick. Hold on.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
What's good, Ghetto?
You Ghetto Intellect.
What's up, everybody? Salute, Joe
What's
May in a long time. Yo, salute to J Bug though, right off the bat. He said the Knicks
my brother.
is the Villanova Wildcats North. We play that rough style of defense. Let's bring Jay right in. Let's get this thing done.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
All right. So, okay. So, no. Chill out, GI. Relax. Relax.
I'm trolling. I don't know Jay Boogie's is. I'm trolling. This team is destined. I gotta be honest. This is what Leon Rose drew up. I can't believe it. It's taken a long time. I hope Dolan's happy with it, but this was his plan, and I think this summer, if I had to make, if that's Jay Boogie's assessment, my assessment is this summer you guys are getting Cat, you're getting Karl Anthony Towns, and hopefully Mitch and Karl Anthony Towns can play together. What's going? I don't know.
I think Embiid, bro. I think it could be Embiid if the Sixers don't make the finals at least.
All right.
I think Embiid ass out when they get knocked out in the second round, bro.
Yeah, I'm gonna just say
I'm not gonna even. Let's not even hijack this conversation going that way.
Yeah, man. Joel, we talking about Joel and Jalen Brunson is. This is the level. This is what I'm talking about. How Knicks fans and I'm talking to the people on the video in the video part. Y'all have Stockholm syndrome, bro. Jalen Brunson legit is balling out of control, and y'all talking about Karl Anthony Towns and Joel Embiid. 5 games, 4 5.
But we talking
Brunson's not taking us to the championship.
Balling out of control.
They're talking over each other.
Talking about James Dolan
because Brunson's not taking us to no championship, but he's the piece that we need. That's for damn.
But we need this Karl Towns. Only Towns not taking the Knicks to a championship.
I would rather have Randle over Karl Towns. Call me crazy.
Yeah. I'm just telling you. I think there's a destiny going, and they're doing familiarity. And Cat just dying to be back in New Jersey, whether it's Brooklyn, whether it's New York. The Knicks, I don't know. But a lot of destiny going on. Everything that's going on is destined. There's no wild cards.
I don't think Tibbs is going to want him with that defense.
Right.
Towns can put up points, but that defense, man, scares the hell out of me.
Right.
Can I say something?
Go ahead.
First of all, with all due respect, Karl Anthony Towns is softer than baby poop. So he's not going to be in a New York uniform. Not with Tibbs.
Yeah, I might have to reformat this thing, bro. Y'all sure y'all want to be up here on the video thing with me, man?
I do.
Because this thing sound crazy. What are we even doing, bro? What y'all talking about? Jalen Brunson, I'm legit up here talking about Jalen Brunson is the best point guard that y'all have had since Clyde Frazier, and we up here talking about Karl Anthony Towns.
I came in late.
For that reason alone, it just reinforces the point where a lot of us think the Knicks fans don't deserve nothing. Y'all don't deserve nothing because when you get something, you won't even acknowledge it.
I came in late.
Jay Boogie just legit said, "Yo, I just finished a song about the point guards of New York, man, the great point guards, and these things, right?" And we legit went into Joel Embiid, my ass out. Yo, I can't deal, bro. I don't get it.
They get a little bit of success, a couple of wins, and now we're like, all right, we need the next one for the championship.
No, that's not. No, what I'm saying to you is step by step. Like, for instance, I'm talking about step by step, right? For instance, the next step in the transaction process is the draft. There's nothing else the Knicks can do in terms of trading for another guy until, right? We can pick guys up off the waiver wire and things like that, but you're not getting Joel Embiid off the waiver wire. You're not getting Cat off the waiver wire. So as far as that being a part of the conversation, there's nothing we can do about that part, is what I'm saying. But what we can do is acknowledge Jalen Brunson has been balling, and he has a game tomorrow night in Atlanta. You know what I'm saying? I mean, so here's the thing. I wanted to get to this also, just really quick. The evolution of Emmanuel Quickley, and I know a lot of people don't like Quickley, right? And I'm not ready to pound the table for Quickley. But I'm just gonna point out the obvious. Emmanuel Quickley has been playing better as of late, and what that makes me think is somebody on the coaching staff is making both of these young guards better, right? I don't know if it's Tibbs. I doubt it. Is it Johnny Bryant? I think so.
Yeah.
So what you've seen over the last 30 games is not just Jalen Brunson get better. but you've also seen Emmanuel quickly get better. You've also seen Miles McBride almost turn a corner, almost, right? So what you've seen from our little guards is our little guards over the last 30 days. Let's say 30 days, let's say 2 months. They've all gotten better. Now, what we also seen in that stretch is a regression from our wing players. Like, has Quentin Grimes taken a step in the last 2 months? Has RJ taken a step in the last 2 months? You feel me? Like what are we getting from our wing players right now? Right. So I say that to say this. I think there's something going on, like something's being taught, like somebody is being developed. And I think it's the small guards, right? And it may have been the reason why, it may be the reason why the Knicks was open to give up so much for Josh Hart. Right. But instead of talking out to death, I want to ask you guys this. Do you guys buy into the development of Emmanuel quickly and Jalen Brunson, or do you think this is just one of those things that happen during the seasons and both players will come back down to the mean?
Well, first, let me apologize, Freezy. First, let me apologize. I came in hype and I changed the topic. I apologize. But as it relates to the topic you have at hand, I don't want to get too excited right now because this is I think the NBA season is a little bit of purgatory leading into the All-Star game and well, just leading into the All-Star game. I just can't wait to see the Knicks after the All-Star break with a healthy Mitch Robinson. I'm just curious how good we are because I am seeing the things you're seeing. I expected us to probably only win 10 to 20% of the games with Mitchell Robinson out. And here we are sitting one game above 500 since this injury. It's insane the way this team is progressing and what they're doing. It's all across the board. I don't know if the culture is swinging. I don't know what's happening. But man, we got a good basketball team, and on any night we can beat anybody. But I'm just trying to wait till March. I just want to get till March to really assess it more.
Okay. All right.
I think quickly he's being, it's just, we knew he could put up buckets, but what I'm impressed about him is his defense, man. His defense is taking a massive leap to where it's a point where he's a legit two-way player. And that's what I'm really happy about. It's not like you can, before I thought the last 2 years, it was you put him on the floor to get your buckets, but you take him off when games are close. Now he's showing he can put up buckets, he can play make, but he can be in there to play defense when you need him to close games out. And that's what I'm most excited about. And I hope they just don't lose the kid or they trade him or he leaves because of money. I hope they just pay him what he wants, give him an extension this year, and keep him on this team long term because I think he could be a big piece moving forward if he keeps developing like this.
Okay. Hey, Eddie, what's good, man? How you doing?
Yo, what's up, Freezy? How's everybody doing today, man?
Man, good, man.
What up, E?
Yo, what up? What up?
What's up,
Man, talking about this for the last few minutes or so, man. We've been talking about the emergence of Jalen Brunson as an elite NBA guard, and the development or the development of Emmanuel quickly into a tiny degree Miles McBride. Right?
Yeah, man. I was listening to that part, and I don't know if you saw what I put in the chat. I think we also have to give some kudos to Rick Brunson because if he was the one to develop Jalen Brunson, you know what I'm saying? He knows how to develop point guards and he knows how to develop guards. So I think he also has something to do with how IQ's been playing, how McBride's been playing. You know what I'm saying? Just being that. Remember when people were saying that we had that Mike Woodson type guy on the bench? I think he came in and he took over that role of somebody who can come in and the players could talk to. You know, he can be that piece to before talking to Tibbs and stuff like that. I seen him do it with Hart already. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, I think he's one of the major parts is why those guards are developing too.
Okay.
That's a dope take.
Yeah.
That's real. That's real. That's real. Like big and humongous, right there. What you saying, E? Because
No doubt take.
I was it was the Clippers Knicks game, and I'm sitting there and I'm saying to myself, is I wonder when does Rick separate himself from being a father and assistant coach? And being that you said that, I don't seem like really since that Clipper game, Rick really talking and dealing with other players on the school on the team. During timeouts or during a free throw being shot or anytime he get a chance to to get in one of the guys' ears, he been calling them. And I seen him do it with Julius. I don't see him do it with Quickly. You know what I'm saying? I don't see him do it with other players. So being that you saying it, I think Rick Brunson right now, I think he's really trying to find his way. I think he has found his way on how he can, you know what I'm saying, utilize himself to the squad. You know what I'm saying? Whereas now I see him including everybody as, equal across the board, along with his son. He sees everybody the same way now. So yeah, that's a real dope tape. I just wanted to put a little something else extra on it, man. That Rick Brunson he's finding his way on what he can do and how he can utilize himself, over there on that bench.
Okay. Let me get to this then. Let me get to this. This is one of the topics that I wanted to get to before we get away from what we normally do, right? How are we really feeling about the Josh Hart acquisition? I know you guys probably been on many shows and talk about it ad nauseum, right? But what I want to ask is, how are you? Do you have shopper's glee? Like, are you just excited that the Knicks did something? Do you really value Josh Hart as a player? Or do you feel like Josh Hart or a player like Josh Hart, even if he was a different guy, a different name, fits what the Knicks are doing? Like, how do y'all really feel about the Josh Hart acquisition? Are you just excited that the Knicks didn't sit on their hands? Do you really like Josh Hart, the player? Or are you just excited that the Knicks got that type of player? Excuse me, to fit with Randle and them?
Me
Yo, bro.
personally,
Yo, I just want to say off the bat, not scoring wise, because Brunson is taking on the brunt of the scoring for us and the playmaking and the point guard position. But I think on levels, I think the Josh Hart acquisition is on par with what we did with Jalen Brunson. And the talk before we got Jalen Brunson was he's getting paid too much for this and that. And now the talk is, oh, we gave up a first round pick for yo, that's not even gonna matter. You know what I'm saying? In a few games, that's not even gonna matter because he's gonna be so important for us. And what he does, he's gonna be such a star in his role, the way Brunson is a star in his role, that is gonna be above and beyond what we pay for him. And that boy's here to stay. Like that boy's gonna be re-signed. He's gonna be part of this future going
What are
forward.
you re-signing him to?
can I
Well,
correct
how
you?
much money? How many years? How much money?
I mean that's hard to say, right? Like I don't like you know what I'm saying. You're telling me
You brought
to
it up
See,
now.
now,
You brought it up.
here.
I didn't.
nah, but I didn't bring up money, like you know what I'm saying,
You
because
brought up
every
re-signing
time
though.
every time we think we're gonna re-sign a player and we put in a dollar amount, right? Because it's been done before. The Knicks end up paying less.
Okay.
Facts.
So,
You know what I'm saying?
but I'm not asking I'm not asking about that. I'm asking you what you think Josh Hart is going to resign for, like what he means to the Knicks. Because you said he's going to be here. You like him. You feel like he's going to be here. So you feel like he adds value, right? So what do you
Facts.
think? So what are you thinking that the Knicks are going to do? Like, what's your opinion?
What you know what I'm saying? Whatever he feels that he's worth. You know what I'm saying? Whatever he feels like what he's worth. the Knicks are going to come to the table with an offer, and they're going to work it out because they both want to be. The Knicks want him. He wants to be here. So whatever that dollar amount is,
Are we dancing
it'll
with
be
the
what it
stars?
be.
Let
Are we
me
dancing
let me
with the
get in
stars
here.
right
Yeah,
now?
Eddie dancing.
Well,
Eddie
no,
dancing.
I
Let me
got
get in
We
here.
dancing with the stars right
nah,
Oh,
now?
you
I've been
got
wanting
it.
to
You
get
got
in
it.
here. GI,
Yeah,
You
GI,
if you
got
if
it.
GI.
you go ahead, if you
GI,
got yeah,
please,
do your
GI.
thing. I mean,
GI. Let me say, I'm sorry to cut you off, big bro. I'm going to say this, yo. This young man here, Jason Hart, has been brought in here to tighten up R.J. Barrett. Now, we're about to let go of, at the end of the season, we're going to let go of my man, Derrick Rose. If not, the other dude, Fournier. Just to make sure this young man gets a contract. Iron sharpens iron. You understand what I'm saying? This is the example of what RJ should be or should have been for us off the muscle for all us Knicks fans. We're trying to save our first round draft pick, our number 3 draft pick right now with Jason Hart.
Josh Hart.
Josh Hart, excuse me. On a cheap note. You understand what I'm saying? This young man right here is going to he's going to show this man right here on a lesser value of how to do it. If not, RJ is going to be in a package going out on the left. You understand what I'm saying? Worst case scenario.
So we dancing with the stars then. Like, what's the dollar amount? I'm talking about
Yeah,
cash money.
I'm giving them. That's why I was trying to get in here.
I'm
giving them Evan. Go ahead, man.
I'm looking at like Evan and what you call it, going out the door. So he's what, at 18 mil?
But Ev
With
not
them
going
right
out the
now.
door. Ev not going.
Yeah,
Ev got another year left.
okay, but what you call what you call is expiring, am I correct?
Derrick Rose, yeah.
It's
D'Lo's
expiring.
expired. Evan Fournier has 1 year left, then with a team option, I think, of the next year, but they can get off of that.
Yeah.
And
So exactly.
and
So now,
Dolan's not afraid. And Nolan's not afraid to pay the luxury tax for the right team. He's not.
But I wanna say, because of all of the prior connections with Hart, Hart has the same agent as Julius Randle, and Leon Rose was his original agent. So we don't make this trade without knowing what his price is going to be, and we
Right.
knowing the guys we bring
facts.
in here, CAA and all. We usually get a good deal out of everybody that we get here as a value contract compared to
Facts.
their contemporaries. So
that's what I'm
if I'm
saying. That's
and
why it's dumb.
if I'm thinking, like, if I had to think with the cap going up, this, that, and the third, and if we're trying to get like a fair deal, like I think we overpaid for Evan Fournier based on need and trying to find the ideal fit. But for this guy, that he's basically family, and his one of his
Mm-hmm.
friends in the league is on this team, he would take like a 4 year, 16 a year type deal. It would be more than what he's making now, which is 13, but he would be making 16, maybe 16, 17 a year, considering the cap
Yeah,
going up.
that's what I
Him
was
being
thinking.
a premium role players get anywhere from 15 to 18. And he's like the
Yeah,
first or
How,
second guy off the bench right for now.
hold on a second,
And
Dre.
he might be a
Can I say
starter.
this?
So go ahead.
The first year is going to be about 18 to 20 plus, and everything's going
yeah,
to regress. Like everybody's contract that plays with New York right now.
yeah. I think we
Yeah,
end up getting
probably like that.
75.
Probably annually adds up to maybe like 16, 17 at most. And I think they might give him
Yeah,
like a 4 year deal. So realistically, I think their plan is he comes in case there's a big trade where RJ and whoever's going out, he's that wing they have. So they're not losing depth.
Or
And I
they
think he,
trade him.
the,
Or they
the
trade
thing,
him.
the thing,
or yeah,
the thing. Yeah, but don't forget they're gonna keep Brunson happy. This is
Oh
Brunson's
yeah,
team.
Brunson gonna
The
stay.
thing for
I
me,
mean, but they traded Ryan
the
Archie
thing,
Yakino, and that's his man too. My bad. Go ahead.
Yeah.
the thing for me is though, um, you watch a Josh Hart type player all over the league. The Knicks never had this type guy. We never had it. Probably got to go back to Oakley, and this guy is tiny to be comparing him to Oakley. We haven't had this type of player, And this is what part of Freezy's initial question is it just the type player that Josh Hart is? And for me, I was always scared that, man, we get a Josh Hart that will mess it up. And then we get a Josh Hart and we're exploiting it and showing it down the stretch. Man, Tibbs and these guys are proving me so wrong that I'm really, I'm on here to hang out with y'all. I really don't have much to say, man. I'm curious as to what's coming up next with this team.
I respect that.
And I don't want to speak too much into existence. I don't know what's going to happen. I really don't.
I believe Josh Hart is one of those guys that is just like an ultimate glue guy, like a Grant Williams type. Relatively, he can pass a bit more than Grant Williams, but he does the things that are necessary for you to win. Like hypothetically, if we were to have the superstar on this team, he is like an NBA Finals type caliber role player where you need guys like that. You need guys like, for example, that guy off the Celtics. What's his name? That play point for now because Marcus Smart is out. Derek White. Guys like that. You need guys like that.
This guy
that are
reminds me
capable
of
and willing and play with high motor.
Andre Iguodala, I get from him.
Okay. He does a little bit of everything, and I think that's what they need is a guy that can come in and shoot, play defense, rebound, and he's a pure Tibbs guy, and that's why I think it was a good trade. Like we were talking about this before the trade deadline.
Not a good trade. It was a perfect trade.
They had to get somebody in here. I thought they were a little bit weak at the back end of the bench, or even like we said, we have 6 starters, and then the rest of the bench was weak. And I thought that was going to kill us going down the line in a playoff run. So I think bringing him in was the perfect piece to bring in. And like the price doesn't really matter, because the fact is, we're going to draft 2 rookies next year. So I thought, you know what, get off one of them picks and get a guy that can come in and help us win now, and down the line when you re-sign him. So I think it was a good trade.
I want to say something real quick. Shout out to We Talk Hawks. He comes in peace.
Man, that's our guy.
He's ruffling a little bit of feathers in the chat.
That's my guy.
Yeah, that's our guy, chat. That's our guy.
Yeah.
That's our guy because he let me get on. He let me go on this panel, yo. That's a good dude.
Yeah, man. Shout out to Demond, man. We're gonna be in Atlanta tomorrow night. I hate that I can't go, but Lee told me that the mansion ain't ready for tomorrow. So I'm going to sit this one out. Lee told me that the limousine was getting a transmission fluid change in it, so I won't have a ride tomorrow. So I can't go. But
they ain't flying the champagne from Italy just yet. It ain't coming.
Champagne, caviar, and bubble baths.
I can't do it for my big bro. And I owe somebody an apology right now in the panel. You know what I'm saying? My main man. You know what I'm saying? Jay Boogie, you know what I'm saying? I apologize, you know what I'm saying? I wasn't flaking out on you, you know what I'm saying? But you know what I'm saying? I was caught up in a bad situation, you know what I'm saying, fam? And it was nothing, I swear, it broke my heart that I could not rock out with y'all at the end of the situation.
Yeah, man. Nah, things happen, bro. We can talk. Yeah.
Nah, but I'm talking to Jay Boogie, so I want to hear Jay Boogie what he got to say.
Man, what are you talking about?
Yeah, I was gonna say, man, we ain't want to talk about that live on national TV.
You good, man?
Yeah, we good. We want to talk about that on national TV, bro.
And the thing the thing I love about Josh, playing these guys in the East. Some of them you play twice, 3 times, 4 times, you know what I'm saying? And when you play the same team, they can easily get a good understanding of what it is you're doing and everything. But now this guy is here, he gives us another look. So that means other teams have to adjust to us again, you know what I'm saying? This is a great adjustment, you know what I'm saying, to add to our team. You know what I'm saying, to put on the floor, because this guy right here, he's just relentless. He's everywhere, and he doesn't care. He's all out from the moment he checks in on that floor until the moment he checks out. He's any and everywhere on the court on both sides of the floor, and that's the great thing about him. And you know what I'm saying? So just when you thought that you might get used to, what the Knicks is doing, then we got this guy. And just soon as you think you might get used to this guy, Mitch is going to come back. So things is happening for us, you know what I'm saying, going in the right direction. I can't wait to get to the end of the season. I want to see it live and direct. But the most important thing we cannot overlook is this dude is a killer in the playoffs that we got playing at point guard. Don't forget what he did to Phoenix last year. Don't forget what he did. Who else he gave
The Jazz.
Don't forget what he did to the Jazz. He gave them people the
Facts.
business in the playoff. So we have somebody that know how to play in the playoffs, you know what I'm saying, and ain't scared of the moment. Now, you know what I'm saying, to take pressure, a whole lot of pressure off other players, you know. But if everybody else can continue on following suit and going along with this guy, you know what I'm saying, we're going to perhaps scare somebody in the playoff. And I'm not saying we're going far. We're not in championship mode and all that. But we are a team that the other teams do not want to play against. How I know? Just listen to the lead passes to the other teams when they come into town. You know what I'm saying? If you got a lead pass, listen to Atlanta tomorrow when the Knicks come tomorrow. You know, they say things like the Knicks are in town. Brunson is on fire. Julius is he's an all-star. The team is playing together. This is a real hard fought. This is a hard battle. This is a hard fight. You know what I'm saying? It's not an easy Knick game. You know, you have to play. You have to be at your best. This is some of the things they saying about our squad. And you know what I'm saying? A lot of the things they say, we don't say it for our squad ourselves. And we should, you know what I'm saying, be feeling that good about the team right now. We'll be 5 games over 500.
5 games over 500.
Normally at this time, we ain't even got the 30 games.
We ain't even having this conversation.
You know what I'm saying? We in the mix between Miami and Atlanta. Miami ain't getting no better. They ain't do nothing different.
No.
They ain't add nothing. And we beat Miami without Brunson, without Mitch, without Josh Hart. I want y'all to see that. I got to say that. You know what I'm saying? Cleveland, they doing their thing right now, but so far we 2-1 against them this year, and they got Donovan. You know, at the beginning of the season, it was 3 guards we was talking about. You know what I'm saying? They didn't want Brunson. Tell you too small, don't play enough defense. They didn't want Malcolm Brogdon. You know what I'm saying? He too injury prone. Guess what? Brunson balling out of control. Guess what? Malcolm Brogdon balling out of control. So I say this to say that I'm going to put a lot of people on blast. Do y'all still, knowing what you're knowing right now, would you still take Murray over Brunson right now? Ask yourselves that.
Well, consider.
Hold on for a second. Let me welcome my guy in. So everybody welcome Demond from We Talk Hawks. Salute to my guy. Hey man, congrats on the moves that y'all made at the trade deadline, man. I know y'all reinforced y'all squad, man. I know y'all gonna be a problem for in the play-in or wherever y'all make it, wherever y'all get in. You know, we know y'all gonna be a problem for somebody because y'all have the things that a championship or a serious playoff team needs in a playoff run, even if it's not clicking in the regular season. You don't necessarily need for it to click in the regular season as long as you make it to the playoffs with those key ingredients. Just wanted to say that, man. Congrats on getting Sadiq Bey. And I feel like y'all are going to be something. But we play y'all tomorrow night.
Yeah, y'all going to have to take this L tomorrow, Freezy.
Oh, come on, boss.
I disagree with that, Demond.
Yeah.
Y'all going to have to take this L tomorrow, man.
Hey, help Max, hold on,
man. If you play defense like you did last night,
Joe, hold on.
Hey, you know what, bro? You know what? We need 2 things. Charlotte, they always have our number for some odd reason, right? 2, we needed an ass whooping like that.
Okay.
Bring it back to reality. I mean, not reality because we ain't going nowhere anyway. But I mean, our record said we are what our record says we are. We're a 500 ball club. But my boy Trey, man, he just turn up when he play y'all, man. He turn up, man. I tell you, he going 30 and 10 tomorrow, man. He going 30 to 10. Guess what? Hey, I think we gonna get it tomorrow, man. I think we
No, Brunson can give Trey can have his 30, but Brunson can give him 40.
Who?
Jalen Brunson can give Trey Young 40 easy. The way he plays.
Hey, look, neither of them are gonna guard each other, Joe.
That's right. That's right. Trey Young is gonna be
Trey. Hey, we gonna be hiding Trey, bro.
Same way we hide Brunson, man.
Let me ask you this, just because since you're here, I wanted to ask you this, man, because Knicks fans leading up to the trade deadline, one of the names that was on the Knicks radar was a dude named Saddiq Bey, the kid out of Villanova. Like y'all wind up getting him. How do y'all feel like he's going to impact Atlanta's stretch run this last 23, 24 games down the stretch? Is he that impactful where you feel like he can take y'all's defense to the next level? Or is he just a reinforcement piece, a piece nice to have, so when the trade market open up in the summer, y'all have more ammunition?
Well, what's the deep Bay does? One thing, what he don't do is improve your defense. I mean, his defensive rating was 119.7.
Okay.
Now, I made a video, and I'm gonna credit that to him playing on one of the worst teams in basketball.
Teams in the league. Yeah, it's not him. Yeah.
So I'm gonna credit him. But what he does give us is he gives us a different dynamic than a John Collins, because Saddiq Bey can dribble and attack the basket plus shoot the three. Collins can't attack the basket. He can't dribble. So he just gives us a different dynamic. You know what I'm saying? Do I think he's gonna be a major contributor? I don't know, man, because of who our head coach is. You know, I don't know.
Y'all got Tibbs, basically.
I mean, he like I tell people, he's just an old school coach, man.
Yeah.
You know, he's an old school coach. He's gonna ride the starters till they dead.
Yep.
He'll put the starters in even though they playing like crap. That's just an old school coach mentality. But I like what I saw from Bey last night, attacking the basket, doing his thing. But I mean, to me, like I told the other Hawks fans, to me, it don't move the needle for me. You know, I didn't get excited about it. To me, we're gonna still be the same 500 ball club. You know, I was looking for a bigger splash, you know, from the front office so they could show the fans, hey, this is the direction we're trying to move in. But obviously, you know, the trade for Murray and not being able to move Collins or get value for Collins is hurting us right now. That trade
for DeJounte Murray is hurting
killing us right now, bro. It is freaking killing us. We gave up 4 picks, 3 first-round picks, and 1 pick swap. And it's killing us because Murray and Trey have not turned into the duo that us Hawks fans was excited for when we got the trade. You know, I'm over here thinking we was gonna have one of the top backcourts in the league.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, right now, to me, we don't do the trades. You know, his shooting is resorted back. He's shooting his rookie numbers, basically 40% from the field.
That's bad. Yeah, that's
low
bad.
30s from. It's bad when he take the most shots. That's make it worse. You know, but it is what it is, man. Like, you know, I've been riding with the squad for 35 years. This ain't nothing new for me. You know, I'm just ready to fire the coach so we can go ahead and bring somebody else in so I can prove them wrong that it's not the coach, it's really the players. So
okay. So it sounds as if and Knicks fans follow along with this just because it's gonna sound hawkish. It's gonna sound hawkish, but it's really Knickish, right? So the Hawks are in a tough situation where they have meddling ownership a little bit, right?
A lot.
Well, I was trying to be kind. You know what I'm saying? I was trying to be kind. Right. You know what I'm saying? So they had the roster as currently constructed is not necessarily a modern NBA fit. Like, you don't have a athletic 2 that is a scoring machine type and a point guard. Like for instance, Trae Young is disinterested in defense. I saw him take like a 28-foot 3 miss. The other team get the long rebound, get out in transition, and Trae Young was disinterested in defense. Mm-hmm. Right? He led to a 5-point swing. He missed a 3 that gave up a dunk the other way. right?
Mm-hmm.
And as long as you have plays like that, you know what I'm saying, it hurts morale and breaks the back of the strategy of the coach because the coach wants to lock in defensively. But when your best player, now Knicks fans, I know y'all gonna be, but that's the same thing Randle do. Listen, I'm not talking about the Knicks. I'm talking about this where we see our team do certain things, but basically the point I'm getting at is the undisciplined things that you saw the Knicks do early in the season is there are not Knicks thing. It's a modern NBA player thing, right?
But you know what, Freezy? Oh, my bad. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, go ahead, boss.
See, the thing with Atlanta Hawk fans, it ain't too many diehard Atlanta Hawk fans. Feel me? So a lot of the fans you see, they just really want to be entertained.
That's a lie, because I watch your chat. I watch your chat.
We that's a minority, man. We got it. Like Lawrence Tears are diehards. The people in here are not the average Knicks fan.
No, I'm talking about his chat though.
But I'm saying it's the same thing, Corey. It's the same thing anyway.
It's not a lot of diehard Hawk fans. A lot of the Hawk fans, they really just want to be entertained. So I don't know if you come in our chat, you'll see that guys like Matt, they don't mind Trae Young taking plays off here and there on the defensive side of the ball.
Right.
You feel me? And until we as a fan base get off that entertainment and get on the winning bandwagon, when you demand it. Same thing I'd be trying to tell them about, like, like Laker Nation. Like, they can have the worst players on the team, but they fans still demand them to win a championship. You know what I'm saying? Even
every year. It
was Kobe, and when he was running with just Ish and the rest of them bums, they were still mad. They under 500. Unlike Atlanta Hawk fans, they just want to be entertained. They happy we have a superstar. They don't want to hold superstar accountable. So that's why we have what we have now. So when you see Trae Young do that, it's really nothing Nate McMillan can do because Trae Young has the ear of ownership. You know what I'm saying? So Nate McMillan, basically, what you call it? When he just there, a lame duck. Yeah, he just a lame duck coach right now. Yeah. So
since them rumors of Trae possibly being traded isn't ever going to come to fruition. That's more or less McMillan not really working with him, and McMillan will go before Trae Young ever gets moved.
Unless Trae Young asks for a trade, he is not getting traded out of Atlanta ever.
Bro.
The ownership is the one who made us trade Luka for him. The ownership did that. Travis Slink, the general manager, didn't even want to draft Trae Young. He wanted to keep Luka. So, and you saw the owner just did it because, black guy, Atlanta.
They seen the Steph Curry vibes where like, oh, we need that instead of using their head a little bit and sticking with Luka.
Yeah. Well, basically it was the owner saw dollar signs. Now I'll give him credit. On the business side, it worked out perfectly.
Yeah.
He got us on national TV, made us relevant. Yeah. Jersey sales, he a top 10 in jersey sales every year. So, I mean, on the ownership side, he
winning.
Hell yeah.
He winning. On the ownership side, Knicks fans, tell me if this sounds familiar.
We sold out, every game, every home game.
Right.
Oh, we didn't do that before he got there. So, like you said, on the business side, the owner winning. So
he winning.
Yeah, man. Mm-hmm.
Bro, and this is so and no disrespect to Hawks fans, but the further you will go along with the Hawk situation, the more it sounds like what used to happen here in New York with the Knicks. Like, was winning a championship as important as being entertained. And so when I talk to when I say this, I mean this respectfully and disrespectfully. So people take it how you want it. The Carmelo Anthony era was just about entertainment.
True.
Just about entertainment, bro.
They brought confetti for winning a playoff game.
Yes. Yeah, and listen, I respect Carmelo Anthony. I think Carmelo Anthony is a top 100 player of all time, right? What I'm saying is there were nights, though, that it looked like to me that Carmelo Anthony was more interested in getting his 30 points than he was in grabbing those key rebounds to help us win games. No disrespect, because at the same time, in the same franchise, I saw Pat Ewing take less shots in a game to focus on defense against the other team's center. That's your superstar saying, hey, y'all carry the scoring load, and I'm going to go shut down this other team superstar. I seen Pat Ewing do. I saw him do it with my own eyes, bro.
Hey,
you know what I'm
Freezy.
saying? Pat Ewing was locked into. Pat Ewing wanted to win, right?
But Freezy, y'all got the Knicks, and let me know if I'm wrong here. Y'all fan base is so large. I thought y'all had influence on like ownership. You know what I'm saying? Because of y'all fan base is so large, I'm sure it's like, hey, we need to get player A, player B here, so we can compete for championship.
I'm gonna answer that, Demond. It's a blessing and a curse because we're so large. We don't have anybody in like top 20 in NBA jerseys, but we're top 3 in like NBA like apparel being sold. We're so powerful that we just print money by existing.
Yeah.
We don't like we could have all the influence in the world, we can riot, but as long as we exist in such waves and numbers, we print money, which is why, like, for instance, just making the playoffs, if you look at it from a business standpoint, just making the playoffs generates so much money that not even making an entire finals run would equate to another team making a finals run. We could play 2 home games in MSG for the playoffs.
And that's like $500 million for us.
Right.
That's
we
like
could just
a
play 2
$500
home
million
games and that'll be
just
enough.
for us being in the first round.
And that's why the owner is happy if we make the playoffs once every 5 years, because he gets that little playoff run, gets all that money, and it does like the brand in the city itself makes him money, where it doesn't give him the ambition to some smaller markets to say, oh, we need to win a bunch of games or we need to win titles to bring the money in. He's already making it regardless.
What about so star players like in Atlanta? I know we don't get free agents. I'm shocked like a lot of free agents don't want to go to New York. Is it due to ownership?
It's the pressure.
Yeah,
that and such a heavy marketed fan base that it's pressure constant.
It's the heavy jersey to wear.
The heavy jersey to wear. And the longer we go without winning, the heavier and heavier it's going to get, where superstars are afraid of it.
Essentially the Atlas complex.
Y'all be on them cats, man. Y'all had Randle family. Y'all had them boys stressed out last year. Yeah, before that, y'all had Randle family stressed out.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Hey, fellas. Real quick. My guy, are you going to the game tomorrow?
Nah. You know, I don't live in Atlanta.
Okay.
I actually live in Texas. But I'll be at the Spurs game when Atlanta come to San Antonio.
Okay.
That's what's up. Well, look, I'm getting ready to hop off. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm getting ready to head to Atlanta in the morning. So, hey Corey, I got your math too. So I'm gonna hit you up. I'm gonna hit you up tonight, but I hit you up about midday tomorrow. But everybody, you know what I'm saying? Y'all have a great, wonderful night, man. Shout out to the chat, the most loyal, respectful people it is, man. Everybody, continue to stay healthy and safe. And anybody that's going anything, we don't pray that you just get through it. We also pray that you go through it. You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna see y'all, talk to y'all. Freezy, you going live for the game? I will hit you up sometime, during the game, as I do, you know what I'm saying, and bring you some information. But I'm on my way down there tomorrow, and y'all guys have a great night, man.
All right,
let's go Knicks. Let's go Knicks, and let's not go Hawks.
Yeah, man. Hey, appreciate that, J-Book. Go ahead, Jack.
The cost of living, with the internet now, you don't need big market cities. So the cost of living, the taxes, I wouldn't be excited to come to New York if I can go to another city in the South myself.
Right.
Case in point, Charlotte. Is our fan base not all that loyal? Not really. We suck constantly. Yes. And again, we have Michael Jordan, who's a great player, is pretty incompetent as a president of basketball ops.
Right. I just think a owner should not do both jobs. If you're the owner, get out of the way and let smart basketball people run the organization, and just be the owner.
Isn't that what y'all want to do? I thought Dolan didn't. Dolan don't really do nothing, do he?
No, he not no more.
Exactly.
Not no more,
Not-
but
not-
before he was
not-
meddling. Before he meddled in.
Yeah,
Now
Then
he just
again-
picks the wrong guys to run the operation.
constantly.
But even then, Dolan's more of a hockey guy. He's more focused on the Rangers, not so much on the Knicks.
And to be honest with you though, the NHL stuff and I've been watching hockey for a long time, right? I've been a New Jersey Devils fan for a long time. Don't fault me for liking hockey and soccer. You know, I'm a sports fan, right?
Same here.
My thing
See,
is,
Brodor.
indeed, and so my thing is Dolan, to his credit and discredit, it's easier to build a dynasty in hockey than it is in the NBA, because in hockey, basically there is less politics in hockey, right?
True.
In the NBA, there is a ton of politics in the NBA, a ton of politics in the NBA. Like if certain owners don't like you in the NBA, free agents not coming here, you're not gonna win. Every time you try to do something, owners gonna stack up against you. They're gonna click up, right? In the NFL, for the most part, in the NFL, there is probably about a 22-10 split in the NFL, right? You got your not Redskins, Commanders, Cowboys click up like a crew, and then you got everybody else, right?
True.
But in the NBA, we are on the opposite side. We are gigantor. Like for instance, we don't need to do anything. We don't need to do anything to dominate financially. You know what I'm saying? But like for the most part, the Knicks can be 37-45 for the rest of eternity. And that's about where we trend, about 37-45, right?
Mm-hmm.
For the last 20 or so years, right? That's what we stay in that 37 to 42 win area.
And I was gonna say Freezy, my bad, Freezy, but go finish. My bad, my fault.
No, go ahead, man.
I was gonna say when you own a block in the middle of the biggest city in the world, you can't fail. It's impossible.
Just
to
the
fail.
real estate price on that alone. You know what I mean?
Just owning Madison Square Garden right there. That's
crazy.
And Radio City Music Hall.
Yep. And we just, and for people that don't know, James Dolan 3 years ago just sold the Forum. The Knicks used to own the LA Forum, where the Lakers and Magic them played. James Dolan owned that, and he sold it to the guy that owns the Clippers. What's the Clippers owner name?
Steve Ballmer.
Yeah, he just sold it to. It's ridiculous. But anyway, on a basketball
over there, right?
on a basketball note, though, the way that a lot of these teams came down to the trade deadline, I felt like teams miscalculated the trade deadline. I think around the league, the only team that won at the trade deadline was probably the Lakers. Now I know Dallas got Kyrie. I understand that. That's a big time trade.
We won.
And superstars. Hold on, man. Let me finish. Hold on.
Sounds good.
So when you put it in a context of where a team started at the trade deadline and what they were after the trade deadline, the only team that really won the trade deadline were the Lakers. Because the Lakers looked terrible before the trade deadline. They flipped for the most part their entire roster during the trade deadline. Now they look completely different, right? Just by using parts that they already had and turned it into what appears to be better pieces. Right now, Brooklyn traded Kevin Durant, got a bunch of draft picks and a bunch of young players, right? So what? You're gonna get that for Kevin Durant no matter when you trade him, right? Whether it's the trade deadline or the offseason, right?
Mm-hmm.
My thing is the Hawks, the Knicks, the Pelicans, the any team like in that 6 to 10 range should have used the trade deadline to go reinforce more pieces, because what's going to happen is whether the Hawks like it or not, the Knicks, the Heat are all in that range of teams that they're going to play, And if you didn't improve your roster to beat, if you're the Hawks, you should have improved the roster to beat the Knicks, right? Because say you get in the play-in, say you play the Wizards, you beat the Wizards, and then you play the Knicks, and you know what I'm saying, in the next step. If you didn't improve enough to beat the Knicks, then what did you actually do at the trade deadline? And the same thing can be said for the Knicks. Whereas if you can't fend off the teams behind you, looking forward don't mean nothing because you ain't gonna make it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but at the end of the day, you got to have assets to improve your team.
Understood.
If you don't have those assets. Now I credit the front office. We got Sadiq Bey for 5 second-round picks,
right.
But I mean, what else could we really couldn't do that? Because our owner don't want to pay the tax.
Right.
So
flip the Collins issue is the problem.
But Collins is like Obi. Collins don't have league value.
But the Collins thing, I'm not even tripping because that was the owner's call.
Right.
Our general manager, Travis Slink, didn't want to give him 125. The owner made him do it because the owner, and then that's the point when you was talking about meddling owners. The owner told our general manager he considered John Collins part of the core.
Right.
So he had to keep him. So
regardless of what the coach said.
Yeah, I was going to say
exactly what he deserved.
And the Murray trade, was that ownership too, you think? To give
definitely
all them picks?
The Murray trade was Trae Young, Nick Ressler, which is the owner's son, and Landry Fields. Our general manager.
I heard that name before, right? Landry Fields, Knicks fans. You ever heard that name?
He used to be a Knick.
He got fired, dude.
He's a double agent, by the way, Damon. He's a double agent. Just letting you know.
Hey, I want them all fired. I don't like none of them. I want them all fired. But it go back to the point where Freddie was talking about meddling owners. See, that's why I always bring that up when I talk to y'all, because that's what we going through now. Our owner let our general manager quit, paid him the $40 million that he owed him, and let his son with no experience be the president of basketball. Where do they do that at?
Nowhere.
Whoa.
Where do they do that at? And people be upset with me when I be on my channel and they call me negative when I'm going in on the front office. Just like people say our coach is bad. And I'm like, well, tell the front office just to fire the coach. But they too busy trying to save face. They care about how they look, I guess, to other players, owners, agents, coaches. And I'm like, well, if y'all think the coach is holding us back, why are we running the whole season with him? Meddling ownership. That's Trae Young. That's why I don't have no. That's why, man.
And that's the thing about the Bucks is like they're really stuck to where they're at. They can't get any better. Like they're capped out because, well, they could rebuild and they could trade Murray and Young and stuff. But as of trying to get better, like they're capped out. They have 5 second-round picks and 4 first-round picks gone, so they have no assets to make any move.
Joe, that's not totally true. And here's what I was going to say to demand about the Hawks paradox, right? If the Hawks wanted to improve, they would come off those young players that they have to have value.
That ain't gonna happen.
But listen. I get it. But to say the Hawks don't have assets, to me, is not being fair to the conversation. Because AJ Griffin has value, right? DeAndre Hunter has value. The Johnson kid has value, right? Now, does the Culver kid have value? No, he a cast off. He a young dude. He a bust. He don't have value, even though he's a young player, right?
We don't got him no more.
Oh, y'all got rid of him?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So the thing is with the Hawks is the Hawks are stuck in this thing that Knicks fans like to say we're stuck at, but the Hawks are worse. The Hawks are stuck in this place called purgatory. Because it's hard to upgrade their starting lineup without giving away young assets. Like, can you upgrade DeAndre Hunter? Sure.
But you know
if you give up young assets.
But you know what we can do, like I told my homeboys on my channel. Another way we can get better is if we play the young guys and let them develop.
Right.
You can also get better by that, but we cannot expect our AJ, JJ, our young players to get better when they only playing 10 minutes.
Right. and low leverage minutes too. It's not like they're playing 10 high leverage minutes. You know what I'm saying?
So I mean, we put ourselves in this position, so I ain't even tripping. You know?
Right. So the Knicks were in this situation. The Knicks were in the same situation where your starters are mostly average to above average. And I'm not saying Trae Young is average. What I'm saying is it's hard to improve a Trae Young. It's hard to get a guy better than DeJounte Murray, right? It's hard to get a guy better than Clint Capella without giving up other stuff on your roster. Like the starting five is good for the most part. The bench and the other contributors, that's where we struggle. The Knicks are in that same situation. It's why the Knicks went out and got Josh Hart, because Josh Hart and quickly, for the most part,
who's willing to do the most
are gonna be pseudo starters, right? They're gonna come off the bench, but they're gonna play major starters minutes, right? That's what the Knicks plan is, and how I know this to be true, because I've seen it in the 2 games that we've had Josh Hart, where we let one young guy play all year, and his name is Grimes. Quentin Grimes played all year at the 2 for the most part when he came back healthy, right? The Knicks go out and get a guy that does exactly what he does at a higher level, and as soon as we get him, his minutes diminish and Deuce McBride's minutes vanish.
Or just about
Barrett's too.
Does that make him expendable for y'all?
No, it makes him not expendable, but lower priority for us.
Wow.
Right. And I hate to say it that way, but the facts are what they are. They're laid out in front of us. Quickly and Hart are gonna play. And it's the same thing with the Hawks. That felt like that's the reason why y'all brought in Sadiq Bey. You know what I'm saying? Is AJ Griffin and the Johnson kid the future of the Hawks? Yes. But Sadiq Bey, in theory, helps y'all right now. In theory, helps y'all right now. Is Sadiq Bey going to be part of the long-term future? I don't know if y'all going to give him a contract extension or not. Right? Who knows? I guess these last 25 games will tell. But at the same time, y'all already have guys that played it. Y'all have Hunter, Johnson, AJ Griffin that played the same position. And Collins to some point.
Well, I don't care what they do until we get rid of Nick Wrestler and Landry Fields, sorry ass, man. I don't care what they do. We probably need to be going to the lottery, to be honest with you. I mean, like you said, our record says who we are. We're a 500 ball club stuck in the middle of everything with no real tradable assets that could make an instant impact. We're not giving up the young players. They already said that. So I mean, it is what it is, man. But I see y'all over there. Knicks over there trying. What? Hey, are y'all getting rid of RJ?
Let me ask a question.
What's up?
What's wrong with writing out of what you have?
Okay, the problem is this is the problem. We don't know what, as a fan on the outside looking in, we don't know what direction we moving in. You know what I'm saying? Are we trying to contend or not? Because correct me if I'm wrong, the goal is to win the championship, not to make the playoffs. Like that's not a goal. Well, for me, and I've been a fan for 35 years. Making the playoffs for me is nothing. I don't care about that. I want to go for a championship. So my thing is, if the front office think something is an issue, they need to fix it. When you don't fix that issue, you telling me as a fan that, hey, we like the status quo, we like what we going on, and for me, that's unacceptable for me. Now our younger fans who just came on because of Trae Young, they don't mind. Hey, we got next year. Listen, I'm 46 years old, bro. So I'm trying to see a championship sometime before I die out of here. You feel me?
Right.
So I ain't about just wasting a whole season and just wasting half a season.
I would say, I'm gonna say this to you because the Knicks and Hawks are in the same situation, similar situation, and ironically, Rel from We Talk Mavs, and I'm sorry, in the same situation. What happens is it's this thing I like to call a taste of chocolate, right? A team overachieves, right? It gets to a certain place, right? And then we think that's the place where we belong, instead of understanding that we overachieved. And this is what happened with our 4 seed 2 years ago. The year y'all made the Eastern Conference Finals. The Hawks make the Eastern Conference Finals, and they get that taste of chocolate. And some people in the organization may be thinking, hey, that's where we belong if everything goes right. And I think it's the same thing that happened with the Hawks, where they got, with the Mavs, they got a taste of chocolate. They, go a little bit further than predicted. And when they were on that magic carpet ride, they felt like this is what the players can be on a yearly basis.
You're referring to what happened last year, Uncle Freezy?
No, 2 years ago.
I meant for the Mavericks with what happened to them last year.
Yeah, the Western Conference Finals. Yeah.
So hold on, Freezy. Let me ask you. From your take, are you saying that these teams shouldn't have made the moves that they made? They shouldn't have aggressively tried to go forward, or they made the wrong moves?
No. What I'm saying is they got a taste of chocolate, and they felt like that's who they were. They didn't see the man in the mirror. They saw what the man in the mirror could be, is what I'm saying. And they thought it was who they were.
Right. Yeah, that's what happened with us, because our general manager, he didn't think we was doing. If y'all didn't know, we was actually under 500. The general manager at the time, Travis Link, knew we wasn't that good. He wanted us to go back into the lottery. The owner wanted to make money, so he forced our general manager to fire Lloyd Pierce. Travis Link never thought that when he put Nate McMillan in charge that we were going on a run like that. He didn't think that. I think it was a fluke. It was fugazi, right? When we beat the 76ers, I thought it was fugazi because the Sixers blew 2 20-point leads. I was like,
what do you expect with a guy like Doc Rivers at the helms?
Yeah, so how many times that happened where a top team, because Philly was number 1 seed, they blow 2 20-point leads at home? That rarely happens. So I was like, yo, this is not real. And that started the domino effect. Wants to get Collins all that money. We extend Clint Capella. We re-signed Kevin Huerter, all that money. And now look where we at. We ended up trading Huerter. We can't move Collins. Okay. And like you said, that's what happened with us. But hey, Freezy, I'm about to roll, man. I'm finna go in this garage, my guy. You know how
do your thing, boss man. But listen, it's always good to have you here, bro. We love the perspective. You know what I'm saying? We look at you, we look at you as the big homie, man. Keep doing your thing. And Knicks fans, man, listen, go to We Talk Hawks and subscribe to the channel and like the videos and such. We need to continue to grow Lawrence Tears, We Talk Hawks, We Talk Mavs. You know what I'm saying? Grow these channels, because basically we talk the talk that y'all like to have talk to y'all in the way that y'all like it. You know what I'm saying? So support my man Damon and We Talk Hawks. D, it's always a pleasure to have you around, bro. We love it, man. The door's always open, bro.
I'm gonna do better on them text messages, man. When you hit me today, I was actually in the gym, so that's why I didn't respond till I got back to the house.
Nah, man, we all right. We all right, bro.
Y'all know I'm gonna hit this garage. Y'all know how I get down. Salute to the chat. Salute to Freezy. You feel me? Salute the Knicks fans. Hey, I'm gonna be in here tomorrow.
Hey, I'm gonna come through. I'm gonna come through tomorrow.
Hey, don't let us win, because I'm gonna be here. If we lose, don't come looking for me. Okay?
You be in the garage.
Damon gonna be in. Damon gonna have his foot on the furniture if he's in here, man.
Yeah, man.
Hey, I appreciate it, y'all. Y'all still players.
Yeah.
Happy Valentine's Day to all y'all cats out there, man.
Happy Valentine's Day.
Peace.
Yeah, man. Appreciate you, boss. Yeah, man. So the thing is, the AD, the thing I was mentioning is not a situation where we feel like you shouldn't believe in yourself. What I'm saying is merely be realistic with where you are as an organization. Right. See, because think about it. We made the 4 seed, and then we went out and signed Kemba Walker and Evan Fournier. We traded 2 second round picks for Evan Fournier, and a sign and trade, gave up a trade exception, and signed him to $18 million. Does that sound like a move that a championship level team should be doing?
Nope.
No.
But you see, Freezy, the thing is, they just like the Knicks. Well, in the Knicks case, they made bad moves off of coming off of prosperity.
So you agree with me then?
Yeah, they just made bad. You should always be trying to win.
Always.
Right? But not every organization is trying to win.
Right.
Or at a stage to win.
And we're talking, and for the record, we're talking about win big. We're not just talking about like 45 wins first round. We're talking about win big.
Right, because say you come in, let's use the Mets for a second. You guys are big Mets fans, or a couple of you are, right?
The only franchise.
The new owner comes in, right? And he puts the edict out there that we're gonna win. I'm gonna try and win whatever, but it's not. You see what I'm saying? It's not that same year. You see what I'm saying? Like you gotta give. Sometimes especially with new ownership, you gotta give them a chance to let the plan out, or to get, because you're gonna go through some people. Not because you hired this guy means that he knows what the hell he's doing.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? But but when you're at a place of winning, and Atlanta, because of what the East was looking like 2 years ago with the bubble and COVID and everything, Atlanta was in a place where they felt like they could make a step, and they weren't wrong. They weren't wrong for that, because DeJounte Murray, up until 7 months ago, Knicks fans were formulating their own exit strategy for DeJounte Murray outside to head to New York.
Right.
Yeah.
When the name came up at the time, DeJounte Murray, we were like, "Are you crazy? The Spurs? No way the hell the Spurs are getting rid of DeJounte Murray."
Right.
Come to find out, he was on his way out.
Until they actually traded him. But that happened twice. It happened with Halliburton, and it happened with DeJounte Murray.
Right. So you can't fault a team. Like right now, if you're the Mavericks, you have to do everything you can do to keep Luka happy. It's just that simple. Up until coming in and kicking his feet up in Mark Cuban's house.
Right.
Whatever you have to do to keep him happy, you have to keep him happy. You have to seem like you're trying. If not, you're gonna lose him.
And that's where the Mavs made the mistake. They could have kept him happy and paid Jalen Brunson. Instead, they didn't. And then they panicked, realizing they don't have the same team. So they went out and brought in Kyrie.
Right.
Which, even though Kyrie is one hell of a player, and I would take him all day as a basketball player, him long-term is a big issue, especially when he's coming up as a free agent. So that's where the Mavs made mistakes as a team that were in a Western Conference final last year and wouldn't pay the second best player.
Hey, Smoke, you got some static in your microphone, bro.
All right. But you have to, you see what I'm saying? Even though you made a mistake with Brunson, because Brunson was in-house, you knew how good Brunson was, right? So you made the mistake, you still have to clean it up. It doesn't matter. You can't tell Luka, well, my bad, we let Brunson go, so we're going to wait around and see, next year, buddy, we're going to punt on this year. He's looking at you like, what? You're doing what?
But let me hold on. Let me do this real quick, man. Let me acknowledge Paris Douglas super chat. Paris Douglas says, Josh Hart adds to what Grimes brings, not diminish Grimes. You just don't really get duplication makes us better. It's not either or. Okay. Yeah, let me read this again. Josh Hart adds to what Grimes brings, right? Means he's complementary to Grimes. Okay. Not to diminish Grimes. You just don't really get duplication makes us better. You just don't really get duplication makes us better. It's not. Okay. I really don't know.
What I think Parrish is alluding to, or what he might have thought you meant, was that Hart comes in and he's just gonna supplant them. Even though he's the same type of player.
I just think right, but so when reading this it says I'm wrong. Josh Hart adds to what Grimes brings. How am I wrong when I feel like Josh Hart is what Grimes wants to be?
I think he thought you meant that Hart's basically coming in to take over for what Grimes has been doing.
Right.
I think that's what he meant, and what he's saying is Grimes or Hart's going to here to help us, but don't diminish what Grimes has already done. I think that's what he's kind of alluding to.
Right. If it's a long term play that Paris Duggar is talking about, then I agree. In the short term, is wrong.
Right. In the short term, you dead wrong.
Yeah, in the short term, Josh Hart is a better player.
He's here to clean up everything.
Yeah.
He's here to take. He's here. Whatever you need. RJ, you're not having a good game. Well, guess what? You're gonna sit down.
Yep. Even Randle, you having a bad game? Okay. You know what I'm saying? Quickly, you having a bad game? Whatever. He's a glue guy. I get it in the short term. In the long term, definitely though. Yeah, man. Yeah,
and that's what they brought him. And that's what they brought a player like that. It's just that we have to, temper our enthusiasm with, the next thing is going to be, because the next thing, when Knicks fans are going to be like, he should be starting.
Because the thing that the average fan doesn't realize, Josh Hart is very likely to come out next game and score 3 points in 28 minutes. And it'll be productive. It'll be productive 28 minutes. He'll do all the other stuff. But like guys expecting him to drill threes at a high clip.
3 points on 4 shots. He'll do 3 points on 4 shots, bro, and play 30 minutes.
Right. That could happen, but it'll be an effective 30 minutes.
Yeah, for sure.
He's not the type that you're gonna wonder where he is on the court. Already, I've noticed, and MSG does this, but already he's all over their TV.
Yep. Knicks PR.
He's all over their TV.
Knicks PR. Yep. Okay. So I don't have a deal against Josh Hart, man. I like Josh Hart. Let's just clarify that. I don't want to put a thing out there where it seems like I don't like Josh Hart, because I do. Spree is in the building. Spree, what's good, boss?
We're going to the finals. We're going to the finals. There's nobody beating this team.
Second round, buddy. Second round, and then we get by the second round, and we can talk.
We're going to be a top 6 team. We're going to take off. They're not going to take us lightly. We're the best defense in the NBA when we're whole. We'll get Mitch back. We don't even have Mitch right now. Jalen Brunson's the best player in the NBA. Josh Hart was a blessing. Everything is coming to fruition. This is wonderful. Even your boy Hartenstein's playing well. We just need RJ Barrett to get with the program, because if RJ can play somewhat good, we're going all the way.
I disagree.
Paris Duggar, thank you for the generous contribution. Paris Duggar says, hold on, Dre. Hold on. So Paris Duggar says Halliburton isn't a speck of dirt on Brunson's shoe. I like Jalen Brunson right now, bro. I like Jalen Brunson right now.
Hold on, Dre. Before you speak, Dre, let me just say something.
Adam, hold on. Y'all want me to do this thing by myself, right? Because I understand what we're getting at, man. It's getting to a point, bro, where nobody can talk without getting cut off. Come on, y'all. Adam, go ahead. I just hope this is profound, bro. Go ahead, Adam. This heavy, right?
No, I just wanted to tell Spree about him saying we're going to the finals. I disagree. This roster is not deep enough for us to make it to the finals.
Okay.
I was gonna tell Spree to name the last 6 seed to go to the finals. And do we have a Hakeem Olajuwon on this team?
Yes, we do.
Oh, okay.
You see, the thing is, Dre, Here's what you're missing, and I kind of saw it a little bit from what Spree was, is alluding to, or not alluding to, what he has said.
Straight up said, yeah.
The East is weak. The East is weak. This is the second year in a row Miami hasn't done anything to bolster their chances. Jersey's about to come tumbling. I mean, Brooklyn's about to come tumbling down. Out.
Okay.
Philly, do you really think the Knicks would fare Philly?
But
I
AD,
agree, AD. There's only two teams in the East that are beat.
There's only two. And one of them, what?
But the thing, AD, like, they're injury prone. But the thing is, even if they're top heavy, you still have to face the one of those two teams in the second round. If you get past the first round, so you run into them immediately. You ain't ducking them to a conference finals or anything like that.
It's not about ducking them. It's not in the East. Like I said, look at the East overall, especially if they get to a second round. Who's to say they're not leaking like a 72 Chevy?
True.
You see what I'm saying? And you're fairly healthy. That's what a lot of what's happened in the last couple of years. If you remember in the playoffs, somebody that got injured, some injury, something happened somewhere, and it shifted the whole dynamic.
So AD, hold on, AD. The Mighty Ducks dream thing, we really can't either we go all in on that conversation or no, right? But the what ifs part of it,
it's not time to go all in.
No. I'm talking about on this conversation because you just mentioned it. You started it. I didn't.
Spree started it. I'm just on the Spree trail.
Okay.
I'm on the Spree trail. Spree started it, not me.
All right. So let's go down that road then. So you mentioned Brooklyn, right? You think Brooklyn is going to fall out of the 5 seed, right?
Oh God.
And you think Miami hasn't improved, and the Knicks are right now at the moment. The Knicks are a half game behind Miami, right? And they are 2 games behind the Brooklyn Nets. So say the Knicks make up that game and a half, say 2 games, and are the 5 seed, finish the season as the 5 seed, right? Do you think the Knicks have what this is a legit question for AD. I'm talking to AD. Don't cut them off because I know how y'all like to do. Y'all like to cut people off. This is a question for AD, right? Do you like your chances against Cleveland in the first round? And while you think about that, I'm going to answer Paris Douglas super chat. Paris Douglas says, Paris Douglas, thank you for the generous contribution. Paris Douglas says, Josh is foul prone. He can't start. He's a finisher. Okay. So what are you thinking, AD? Do you like that 4-5 matchup, us against Cleveland?
Yes.
I do.
Okay.
I do not.
I like that too, very much.
Exclamation point. Yes, but it's a tough matchup. I'm not saying I like it like the Knicks 3-1. No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that's a very tough matchup because they have something that the Knicks have problems with, which is they have extreme length in the front court.
Okay. I'm just gonna do this just to play along, right? I like the Knicks in a series against Cleveland. I think we beat Cleveland 4-2 in a series because ultimately they have Dre, who's their backup point guard, their backup combo guard. Is it Karis LeVert or did they trade him?
Karis LeVert is still there. He's like their 6th man. They have Rubio back now.
They have Rubio back. So it's LeVert, Rubio, Okoro. So it's Garland, Spider, LeVert, Rubio, Okoro. It's like what they're going to try to push out in the backcourt wing type players, right?
Absolutely.
Right.
And I was
the Knicks have Brunson, Grimes, Hart, RJ quickly. Right? In that matchup, I like the Knicks, bro. Right? And in the front, Dre, hold on, man. Relax.
Yeah,
We're
no
easy.
fault. I didn't know. I thought you were
No.
finishing
Matter
that.
of fact, no. Go ahead, bro.
Because I was gonna say that the Knicks necessarily they kind of have the formula for consistent playoff winning. Now it's up to the players to play to that standard. Like the Knicks have two guys that can get a bucket in the half court and cause mismatches and advantages, and they have a top tier defense when they're all healthy. So they have the means to play a grinded out minimal possession game where they can impose their will in terms of getting buckets, and then they have 2-3 level scorers. Now it's up to them playing to their standard and the defense showing up, but in a whole, I think they have the necessary means to grind out a series or two in the playoffs, depending if teams are healthy or not.
Impose their will. Slow down.
No. I'm saying the best version of Brunson and the best version of Randle have the ability to score at all three levels and score in a half court and cause mismatches. Now, am I saying they're LeBron and Kyrie or Harden and CP3 in the playoffs? No, I'm not saying that. But I'm saying that on any given night, if one or two of those guys show up and if we get 15 to 18 out of RJ, it is a problem. Which it's the reason why we're in almost every single game. We don't get blown out. That's part of the reason why we don't get blown out. We limit possessions. We don't really turn the ball over. However ugly we may see the offense as being, we limit our possessions and we don't turn the ball over, and we get second chance points with Mitch or Hartenstein or Sims gobbling rebounds. It's the part of the reason.
Who's the best player on the Cavs? Who's the
Donovan
best player?
Mitchell. Donovan Mitchell.
Who's the best player on the Knicks?
Brunson.
Jalen Brunson.
I'll take Jalen Brunson. I'm
well,
going
and
down
that's the thing.
Julius Randle, cut it out.
Had his breakout. Brunson had his breakout performance with the Mavs in the first round of the playoffs with Donovan Mitchell guarding him.
Yes.
He had multiple 40-point games.
Those are so these are the type of so that's why I'm trying to get to this point in the conversation where if you're talking about the individual matchups, then I like Brunson going against Donovan Mitchell, right? But solely based on the fact that we've seen them two go head to head, right? Now, mind you, Brunson did it with a generational type talent on the roster, right? He wasn't there for every game. I understand that, right? But he was on the roster, right? Now, this dude doesn't have a generational talent on the roster, right? It's just him in the playoff atmosphere. Can Brunson handle the playoff pressure in New York City like he did in Dallas, Texas?
Wow, did you just slight the $117 million man with
easy, bro?
With the words, it's just him.
Easy, bro. Easy, bro.
Hold on. Did you not hear the man say it's just him?
Easy, bro. Relax. You're getting ahead of yourself. You gotta listen. Listening is fundamental.
That sounds like a Ford Hips commercial.
I said Jalen Brunson in the backcourt by himself. Relax. You got to slow down. Calm down. I know it's getting late. But I said Jalen Brunson in the backcourt, right? I didn't say Jalen Brunson by himself.
He will be fine.
Right.
You know why?
So the thing is if you guys like your chances against Cleveland in the second round, right? Let's say the Knicks knock off Cleveland and you know what I'm saying, in that 4-5 matchup. How do you feel about the Knicks versus the Boston Celtics?
I feel good about it.
Not good.
Not good at all.
I feel good about it.
I
would feel good about it.
Can I tell you why?
We match up good against them, and we always competitive with them, so I feel good about it.
They are a Jaylen Brown. First of all, Brogdon never stays healthy. He'll probably trip and
we not gonna that's not part of the game because you're gonna say if you're gonna bring up injuries, bro. How you gonna bring up injuries when this is the first stretch that Jalen Brunson stayed healthy all year?
Jalen Brunson has a track record though of being healthy in crunch time. I'm just saying.
And what crunch time?
Playoffs.
Okay, all right.
I'm just saying, like, Brogdon's never been healthy for a full stretch, so I need to see him actually be on the court in the playoffs. My point is, I don't trust Jaylen Brown. You can make him miss free throws. You can make him turn the ball over. He has choked in certain stretches. They are a 3-point.
He choked in the finals, right?
Yeah, he did.
Right, but
he choked in
It
the
was
finals.
more Tatum than Brown.
Yeah, he choked.
He choked in the
Brown
finals.
actually showed up. Not to cut y'all off. Sorry about that.
Yeah,
He choke is choke.
He choked in the. I would take Julius Randle choking in the finals. You know why? That means we got the finals. What are we talking about?
I've seen Jaylen Brown choke not just in the finals, though.
Okay.
But
you did see him choke in the finals.
It wasn't Jaylen Brown that choked in the finals. Just to stay correct, it wasn't Jaylen Brown that choked.
How about Jason Tatum?
I mean, Jaylen Brown was turning the ball over every other play in the finals.
No, it wasn't Jaylen Brown. It was Tatum is supposed to be the number one option, and he was unreliable when he's supposed to be the main focus.
He wasn't good either. I'll give you that.
I'm gonna push back on that because just looking at Boston Celtics roster, their entire damn near like 90% of their roster is two-way players, and they're all tall, long, and athletic.
Their problem last year in the finals, what their problem is today, they do not have a Jalen Brunson leading the show. That's their problem. And I'm not even going to say that Jalen Brunson.
They went out and got that guy. They went out and got that guy in the offseason. They knew that was an issue. And you know what other issue they had? They couldn't get consistent three-point shooting outside of their normal guys, and they traded for Mike Muscala. Oh, this is his name? Muscala?
Muscala, yeah.
Yeah.
The
Celtics know what their faults are, and they addressed them.
The only thing I think I have a problem with them is their guard play.
Exactly.
All their creativity comes from their two wings and their bigs. They don't really, when it comes to like Smart's an elite defensive guard, but I wouldn't really say he's a playmaker or going to break you down off the dribble type of player. So that's where I think this Boston has their weakness.
I'm going to push back.
To do that?
I'm going to push back on this because if you're watching the Celtics as of right now, their offensive system is less reliant on isolation play as it was last year.
Yeah.
Joe Mazzulla is an offensive genius. He is not. Yes, I'm being absolutely serious right now. They have way less isolation basketball now. Right now, they're going against a fully healthy Milwaukee Bucks, and they're OT right now, without Jason Tatum, without Jaylen Brown, without Marcus Smart, without Al Horford, without Time Lord right now, and they're in OT right now.
But Dre, let me just say this. It's fair. Celtics have a good team. I'm not trying to knock them, slight them. I think Jaylen Brown's a nice player. Tatum's obviously MVP candidate. Very, very good. I do think Jaylen Brown has come small in certain stretches. That's just me. It's okay. People can disagree. But what I will say is this. I don't think that team was making the finals last year if Milwaukee was healthy.
Of course, yeah.
No way. Milwaukee gave up 3-2. Milwaukee was up 3-2.
They didn't have Middleton.
And they didn't have Middleton. Milwaukee was not healthy going into
But that's ifs and buts. If KD's foot was longer,
fair.
they wouldn't have their
But that's what
championship.
we do ifs and buts.
But the thing y'all are missing, though, the thing y'all are missing is the Milwaukee Bucks have nothing to do with the Knicks knocking off Cleveland and playing Boston. Right? We're not even talking about. We're talking about like in this moment. Y'all forced us to get to this moment. I put y'all in this moment, and now y'all are scared to talk about the moment.
What's up?
You got to speak to the moment. Like the thing is that we came in, we wanted to get to this part of the conversation. We here, and then now we're dancing with the stars about this moment. Do you feel confident about beating Boston in the second round of the playoffs or no?
Yes,
I do.
You should.
I do. I'm confident.
I figured that we would get them in the third round, Unc. You feel me? I figured we could beat Cleveland, play the 76ers. I don't really know the bracket and how it's going to shape up.
Bucks,
if we get them in the second round, it's going to be a tough series, and it just depends on how Brunson and Randle is internally taking it. Do I think we fully capable of beating any team 4 games in the 7-game series? Yes, I do. I actually do.
Okay. So just for clarity, right? Because we're still all over. So it's not the Bucks, right? Right now, Boston's in first place.
Okay.
And Knicks, if they're the 5 seed, beat the 4 seed, that team plays the top seed, which is Boston. if Boston wins their first round matchup. And we don't assume that Boston's going to lose in the first round to whoever the 8 seed is, right? And then the 2 and 3, 2-7, 3-6, the winner of those brackets will play each other. We're assuming that's Boston, Milwaukee, and Philly, right?
Yeah.
So
no, that's true. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, so whoever comes out of that, then that's the team that will play in a Boston type scenario. It's a lot of stuff to consider.
Can I say this? I would prefer
it's just consider this. If you're confident in the Knicks beating Cleveland in the first round, and you're confident in beating, say, Boston in the second round, right? In my mind, it feels like you guys on this panel feel like the Knicks can win an NBA championship if everything goes right.
Why you gotta go there?
Eastern Conference Finals?
We can make the Eastern Conference Finals if everything goes right. That's what I'm trying to say.
It's Spree. You said the Knicks can win it all.
I think we can win the finals, but I'm very, very, very confident we can make the Eastern Conference Finals.
Yeah, that's not the same thing, though.
I think we can make the finals, but if you're asking me,
so we can make the finals and we'll lose to Denver or Phoenix or Dallas, is what you're saying. Is what you're alluding to.
We can get to the race.
We could
but
Dallas.
I think I'm very, very confident we can get to the race. I think we can win it all. But I think we need fully health, and I think RJ has to be watching the show and ask himself one question. Is he willing to get on board with the show? Is he willing to go on this magic carpet ride with me and not be inconsistent? Because if RJ is willing to accept what I want to do to be on a magic carpet ride in April, he needs to be watching this right now and say, I got you. That's the question, Freeze. That's the real question here.
No, but
the real question is
because the thing is, hold on. Oh, go ahead, Smoke.
No, bro, right? Because at the end of the day, right, his role has been lessened. Right?
But y'all not saying nothing. Say something. What is it?
I'm telling you. Listen to me. Give me 30 seconds and then I'll shut up. Right. All I'm saying is, like bro was saying, if he wants to get on that magic carpet ride, you should understand that your role has been lessened. You don't need to do more or feel like you have to contribute because these dudes are doing what they just comfortable doing. You get in your role like Josh Hart, become a Swiss Army knife. Do what's best for the team, RJ. And then he doesn't understand. That's still contributing, right? You don't just have to score to contribute. Hedge over the screens. Do what you need to do. And then we can go further because at this point, he's kind of holding us back. He ain't the only reason. But all he got to do is get on the ride, get on their back. What I call Randle, get on my back, Randle. It's a reason I call him that.
Right, but
now we got to get on my back.
What I'm saying is, but what I'm asking you is what are you saying specifically? Like saying get on the magic carpet, right? Listen, I get it. I understand that part, right? That's the teamwork part. What I'm saying is, what do you expect from RJ that's going to be different from what he's doing right now? What do you want RJ to do? I'm not talking about being a team player. I'm not talking about being a team player, bro.
No.
I'm talking about specifically. What are you talking about?
If he just hit 8 out of 16 shots, I'd be happy with him every night.
I have a different criteria for RJ, and I respect that the shots. That's true. Yes, he has to make shots. That's obvious. I mean, that's like the number one thing in basketball. You have to make open shots, like 100%. I just need him to like understand what he's doing. Like he does not read the game. I don't know if he's the contract. I don't know what it is, but RJ right now is not understanding how to play.
Spree, can I remove talent from the equation at all? Do you think Tom Thibodeau is the tactician that'll take you on a deep playoff run? End question.
Right now, I think I just need, if RJ can get with the program, I can overcome it.
No.
Right, so
answer my question.
That's nebulous. Yeah.
Yes, I think he is. I think he can.
You know what his record is in the playoffs, right?
I know. I'm aware of it.
25
but
and 36.
You know what? Things can change. I'm Rome was not built in one day.
Hey, look, man, 65-year-olds don't change everything. Just gonna let you know that 65-year-olds don't change everything. And we
All
all
right, so
know
let me.
what his main issue is. He's slow to adjust.
That's
And in
what
the
I always
playoff series, he is slow to adjust, and he's been that way. He's been that way from Chicago to Minnesota, and even on to the Knicks, where you saw he adjusted very late in the Atlanta series in terms of how he wanted to utilize Randle or change the starting lineup.
So
I
Trey,
don't believe he
I
is
think
the
you're making a fair
tactician
point, but is
you need for the
your point
playoffs.
about RJ with Tibbs, or is your point just general on Tibbs right now?
Well, my point is just general because you were talking about how far the Knicks will go in the playoffs.
Okay,
I don't believe he is the tactician for that, in my opinion.
So do I.
Yeah, but Dre, here's what you're missing here with basketball.
Yeah, go ahead.
You believe that the coach can have that much imprint on the game. The basketball is not. Tibbs is not calling a play every set, every offensive set. No, he's not. Because you know why? I see Jalen Brunson go off clip at least 15 times per game. Because that's basketball. He's not going to be able to dictate the kind of offense that you think that he's going to be able to put in at all times. No way.
All right.
That
Let me.
that only.
So,
My fault. Go
Paris
ahead.
Tucker,
Go
thank
ahead.
you for
Go
the
ahead,
generous
Jimmy.
contribution. Paris Tucker says, "What does confident mean in a rebuild going well?" So Paris Tucker thinks that this is a rebuild going well, and you know what? Okay, all right. But what I will say though is this the part where I wanted to Smoke and Nick to build on was because I was intrigued by what he was saying, but it seemed like he didn't want to go there. I don't know if it was he didn't want to step on y'all toes or if he just wanted to save it for later. But the thing is, with RJ is this: if you want RJ to be different, you have to be specific in what it is that you want a RJ Barrett type player to be. It can't be like, you know what I'm saying, kumbaya, let's all hold hands and hope something magically is going to happen, right? If you want RJ to be Barrett to be, I'll give you an example. What makes RJ Barrett a better player? And we speak to this point a lot. Pass the ball, RJ.
Yes.
You'll get the ball back at some point.
Facts.
I mean,
pass the ball.
He doesn't know that. He doesn't know that right now.
I mean, the problem is sometimes, in my opinion, my problem is with this team is that sometimes the mentality of the coach, which in my opinion has been tactical tunnel vision, will sometimes bleed into the player. RJ being a massive case in point, where he'll just drive to the lane and not go to the open man and try the reckless lay-in or floater, and it hardly ever goes in for him.
All right.
Can I join in? If RJ woke up tomorrow and he was Paul George, I would still have reservations on if we would go all the way.
If we would go all the way because of Tibbs.
Yes, look at Doc Rivers. How many Hall of Famers has that man had? And he only got the job done once,
bro. And so the thing with Doc Rivers is Doc Rivers is an old school coach, right? I remember, and so for the old heads in the chat, we remember when Doc Rivers was a parade All-American. We remember him as Glenn Rivers out of Chicago when he was like the point guard on the rise. Go to Marquette, big school at the time. Marquette was a big time school on the national landscape, or whatever school he went to. I forget what it might have been. Marquette, might have been somebody else. Right, but my thing is with Doc Rivers is this. The thing with Doc Rivers is this. Aside from that one magic carpet ride in Boston, Doc Rivers is a second round exit playoff coach. Period. That's what he is. Right. That's what he is. Right. And when you speak to the players that Doc Rivers has had over the years, you're talking about the Grant Hills, Tracy McGrady's, Pat Garrity, Troy Murphy's. Y'all remember all of that Orlando team?
I remember.
Nobody remember that Orlando team.
DJ Armstrong.
That blew that 3-1 lead. His first 3-1 lead.
DJ Armstrong.
Darryl Armstrong. Darryl Armstrong out of Fayetteville State. Dunk
Ronnie
champion, Darryl Armstrong.
So it's you can't diminish what coaching matters in terms of overall impact. You can't diminish it if you have multiple guys playing at Hall of Fame levels in the regular season and they come to the playoffs and they don't know how to function against another team that adjusts on the fly to whatever they're doing. And Doc is just sitting there standing still with his hand on his head, blowing 3-1 leads.
And Dre, you know what else Doc Rivers also has? Excellent coaching staffs.
Right.
Doc Rivers always has an excellent coaching staff. When you look at Doc Rivers' bench, he always has some dude on his bench. Like, why is that guy not a head coach?
And who was his assistant in the 07-08 run? It was Tibbs.
Yeah, but Doc is low hanging fruit. It's easy to pick. It's easy to pick on Doc.
It's easy to pick on. That's what I'm getting.
I mean, it's easy to beat up on Doc. I have. In that equation, you don't hear your point guard at the time is 26, 27 years old, Chris Paul, on the floor.
Right.
This is going down on his watch. Doc wasn't on the floor. Hello? Tibbs ain't on the floor.
That just says coaching is not culpable for what happens, and the players decide everything.
Some of it is culpable, but if you're 6'8" LeBron James in the finals against Dallas, okay? You're so psyched out that Dallas can put JJ Barrera, who is a foot shorter than you. Is that the coach? What's the coach supposed to do for you? What at that point in time, if you don't know that you're supposed to absolutely look at this man as food, what is the coach supposed to do for you?
Is that a shot at Tibbs or Doc Rivers?
But what happens if the team you're going against pulls out as a hybrid zone with Tyson Chandler coming off the weak side, helping and shading off and just confusing LeBron the entire series?
Right. Right. And they stun it with Barrera. They put Barrera on him, knowing Tyson Chandler is the weak side double teamer.
Okay, so if Tyson is the weak side double team, so you're telling me that the rest of Miami does not know the cut. LeBron no longer wants the ball to make the decision, to make, as he would say, the best basketball play.
So who's cutting? LeBron? No, LeBron has the ball.
Okay.
So who's cutting?
Wade?
Is it Norris? Is it Norris Cole or is it Daquan Cook?
Wade?
Okay.
You remember the finals where the Bucks were against the Phoenix Suns and they were down 0-2 and Giannis was still dominating?
Yeah.
And it was Coach Bud that adjusted.
Right.
And
Coach
they won
Bud
the next 4 games.
Put Giannis at the 5. And made DeAndre Ayton guard Giannis on an island.
And what did their coach didn't make that. It was idiot Monty Williams who decided to put Ayton mano against.
You made my point for me.
But
Thank
that's
you.
the point. Coach matters. There's the point. Coaching matters. Okay. All right.
I didn't say it didn't matter. But on the floor, what happened on the floor? The star did what? Okay.
All of it. No one is exempt. Roster construction, players, mentalities, being a tactician, it all matters. And matchups matter. But I also feel like even if we had a superstar at the third as our third guy, I would have reservations on Tibbs taking us all the way, in my opinion.
That's fair. Okay. I mean, I think there's some questions. Okay. I think it's fair, Dre, to have questions. I think you're being very objective and reasonable. I'm sometimes an irrational fan when I get excited when we're close to the playoffs and I see the effort that a Hart gives. And I have believed in Randle because of the way he's approached this year, his being in shape, being a great teammate, being a great leader, having an all-star year. I'm behind Randle to make amends for that Hawks series. I think Brunson can help him, and Brunson has a track record in the playoffs, which is why I think we have a shot. I think we have a shot to surprise some people. I'm not saying we're going to make the finals. I know I got a little excited, and Freezy, that's my thing with Freezy. But I think there is a possibility that we can make a run. I do.
Okay.
My only issue though going into the playoffs with this team is I agree. I think we can get to at least the second round away. If we can get it that 5 or 6 seed, I think we can make the second round. My only issue is defensively, RJ needs to step up, or somebody needs to step up.
To be honest with you, I'm gonna keep it a buck with you. That's not what I remember you saying earlier in the season. Are you changing? Are you changing?
I was worried about our bench.
Okay.
I didn't think our bench was strong enough. Now we added to the bench, so now I feel, and with the way Brunson's playing, I feel that we can make a second round run, or make it run to at least the second round. Okay. My only issue with is this team is someone going to step up defensively and be able to guard their team's best player through 7-game series, and that's where my questions come to RJ Barrett. And that RJ Barrett's defense is not coaching.
So you've answered your question. There's nobody that this thing about defense, guys. You guys got to leave. You guys got to let this go. This thing about defensive stoppers, and I want to remind you something. Okay, Iguodala got voted the MVP against LeBron. LeBron averaged a whopping triple-double.
Right.
A whopping triple-double against
him. And not even a small one either. LeBron was like
not no Jason Kidd triple-double. Yeah. Not Jason Kidd. I'm talking about 20.
Not 10, 10, and 10.
No. So this thing about defensive stoppers and defense is done in a team manner at certain points of an important period of the game. That's what defense boils down to.
I agree.
One stopper.
But no,
I'm
not saying stopper, but you need...
Paris Duggar, thank you for the generous contribution. Paris Duggar says, we better because Tibbs is listening to his staff now. I think so. I think that might be part of it too. Go ahead, Joe.
So where I was just saying, ADs, I agree. The home team needs to defend. It's not just about stoppers, but what I mean is one of our players is going to need to at least step up stronger defensively for us to make a good run in the playoffs.
Okay.
And our highest upside, the guy who's supposed to be able to defend 2 to 3 positions, is supposed to be RJ. RJ's defense, that starting lineup, needs to step up big. And that's where I worry about RJ is you can't blame coaching. We can't blame anything else. The only one you can blame is RJ because his defense is getting worse.
Let me ask you this, Joe. If RJ Barrett played better, I'm not even saying he needs to play incredible, but if he just played consistent basketball at a decent level, can this team win a round in the playoffs?
You sound like we can go second round. So first of all, the question is a weird question. Like if RJ Barrett plays better, you're not even being specific about what it is. You gotta.
All right. Let me get it.
What do you like?
Okay.
This is
I'll clarify. That's fair.
RJ. Yeah,
Great
like what are we talking
Great
about?
Question.
If RJ Barrett was a unicorn, would he be in a circus?
Freezy, let me explain it. Let me explain it. Freezy.
Free, you go.
If RJ started to defend better, if he started to pass the ball to understand, I'll get the ball back. If he makes reads when he gets in the paint and does his thing with his left hand, where he can get into the paint at will, and then he just chucks it up. Or misses a free throw when he gets fouled. If he actually sprays the ball out to open teammates and just trusts that he'll get the ball back, if he makes open shots early in games, in first halves and in second halves, not this thing where he plays well in one half and then the second half, I have no idea what he's doing. If he just plays his role, he doesn't need to be Mr. 30. I don't need that on this team. I just need RJ to when you get your opportunities, don't turn it over. Just play within the flow. If he can do, that's what I mean, Freezy. If he can play more efficient, smarter basketball.
Hey, so let me say this. Let me say this. Okay. So here's the thing. Here's the thing I'll say to those that don't understand what I'm getting at, right? All right. Here is where RJ can help a team. If RJ Barrett starts to knock down wide open 3-pointers on a consistent basis and shoot 80% from the free throw line the rest of the way, I think this team is in such a good place that teams are going to fear us. If RJ Barrett for the rest of the season shoots 40% from 3, and it's only a 22-23 game stretch, it's not like it's 50 games. If RJ Barrett shoots 43% from 3, 82% from the free throw line on normal usage, right? Not taking more threes, But just at the same clip, same number of shot attempts, I think the Knicks are now dangerous now because you can't sag off of Brunson when he gets into the Brunson burner, and you can't double team Julius Randle when he gets into the Brunson burn when he gets into his ISO. That's the thing that I wanted to hear from you guys instead of saying RJ Barrett play better. Every NBA player should be playing better. I don't care if they're the 400th man or the number one guy. Everybody can play better, right? Instead of saying like the nebulous thing, well, if Giannis was just better. What I'm saying is RJ Barrett on the boards. What if RJ Barrett averaged 6 rebounds a game? Would that make a difference? What if RJ Barrett averaged 4 assists a game? Would that be better? What if RJ Barrett's team defense was better?
Right. And I was gonna say, Freezy, like when you say role, you got to take into account Tibbs might think RJ's role is to get 20 points a game.
Right. That's one of the things also, yes, that RJ has a clear role on this team. Can he be better in that role? For instance, RJ Barrett at the rim this year is shooting a higher percentage than he ever shot. Right? But we ignore that because if RJ Barrett has a bad game, we think it's RJ from last year.
2 years ago, right?
Yeah. And instead of saying every player, instead of acknowledging every player, 82 games is a long stretch. And no guy is going to be, sometimes guys are going to go into funks. 4 games are going to look funky. Then 6 games are going to look good. Then 7 games you're going to be like, where's this guy at? Then 8 games he's going to look like an all-star. It happens to everybody during the season. You know what I'm saying?
You see, the thing is,
he's been bad the whole year.
Yeah, but see, the thing is,
no, he wasn't. That's a lie.
No,
that's
he
a
hasn't
lie.
been bad the whole year.
I
That's
got
not
some things
true.
I got to do, man. I appreciate y'all, man. Y'all have a great
He's
day.
smoking it.
Hey,
He's
when
smoking
next
it.
time you coming on, bro?
All right, bro.
Hey,
100.
Smoke, when next time you coming on?
I'm
talking about on your channel.
Oh, my channel? You know what? I was going to go on today, but it's Valentine's Day. My girls want me to take them out, so I'm going to do that. But I'll probably come on after the game tomorrow.
Okay. All right. Y'all check out Smoke, man, tomorrow after the game.
Yo, Smoke, I'll be on there.
Yeah, man. Y'all already know what
Yo,
time it is,
and when you be on, you need to look at the camera too, man. Stop playing.
You
and your Julius Randle interviews. He be on his channel. He be on his own channel like Randall. Like,
I gotta go.
Y'all already know, man.
Hey, much love though. Much love.
Yeah, I appreciate you 100%, man. Like, share, subscribe.
Man. Hey,
you already know. Blars, Tears, the Smoking Nick. We out here for real.
For real.
Bringing that real and that raw. Real talk. Y'all boys have a blessed and a beautiful Valentine's Day, man.
For sure.
All right, bro.
Thank you
for coming through,
love
bro.
and tenderness.
Oh my God! Can we not? What next? There's gonna be a Manscaped commercial that's gonna come on like 5 seconds later. Seriously? I get the heebie-jeebies when I hear men wishing other men happy Valentine's. Come on.
Yeah, but you're gonna find out what I'm gonna be doing. I'm not gonna be probably back on until Friday. I got a friend of mine are doing a wrestling prediction podcast episode.
Okay.
Later.
Okay. Y'all got a link to it?
Yeah, it's coming up. I mean, let me get it up. Just for what?
Yes, I want to do some.
I need mod stats in order to put it up proper. But,
okay. Did they put it in the comment section and then we'll share it on the homepage?
All right.
Yeah, and I'm gonna do a Mets thing tomorrow at some point too.
Why?
Yeah, man. Yeah. So Paris Douglas says everybody doesn't know how to go about being better. Yeah, that's what I think. I think Tibbs is helping RJ get better.
I'll send in the private chat.
Okay.
You see, the thing is with Freezy, with RJ, is he's a high usage player that we're asking him to be more efficient in smaller dosage.
Yes.
In the private chat.
But it doesn't work for his game.
Well,
it just doesn't.
But AD, if that's true, and I agree with that, but if that's true, what are we going to do?
Bro.
No. Well, I have no clue what they're going to do because here's the thing, and I'm just going to touch on it 5 seconds.
Okay.
They were ready to move on from him.
Yeah.
This is the thing. This is the mind-boggling thing. Now they're stuck. They're stuck with something that they really did not want, and they gave him the money, and now they're hoping and praying that he somehow gives them that next jolt to do something in the playoffs.
I don't even. I think 2AD is just a possibility. He knows it, and they know it. The next big move that comes on, he's going to be ready to go in that too.
Yeah, they just one reason why they couldn't get rid of him this trading deadline was because it was something with his contract, something about they couldn't move him without some kind of penalty until July.
Right. Poison pill. I think it's
right.
I think it's like a couple of 10 million more money going outwards than coming back in, and it's hard to do it.
When I heard that, I'm like, so you're pretty sure about this guy then? If you're even allowing the agent to throw a poison pill in there.
Well, that's it's all.
But it's not his agent thing. It's a CBA
thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which is why what's his name isn't traded yet. Ayton wasn't traded because they would have loved to trade him immediately.
Yeah.
But see, the thing with RJ,
So let me ask you a question.
they were ready to move on for him before they gave him the extension.
Cabron.
Say it again, John.
I said they were ready to move on for him before they made the extension. He got the extension the same day Donovan was traded to Cleveland. So they gave him that extension right the minute they knew Donovan trade wasn't happening. So that they didn't have to give him the extension. They could have wrote it out and put him gone into this year as a restricted free agent. But instead, they've realized, we're not doing the trade. RJ thought he was going to Utah. So they gave him the extension, and they put themselves in this position where they couldn't trade him out through all of this year.
Hey, but you said Donovan thought he was going to Utah. Donovan already played for Utah.
No, RJ thought he was going to Utah.
Okay.
Go ahead, Corey. Come on in, man.
So can I ask a question for you?
Corey.
Because to be honest with you, all this Donovan and RJ going to wherever y'all thought he was supposed to be going. How about this thought? You understand what I'm saying? How about this young man coming to Josh Hart coming to sharpen up RJ? You understand what I'm saying? To be the example for RJ.
Well, I think he's already going to be. He's brought in as a replacement for RJ when they move RJ out.
No, I understand what you think. Yo, you made that clear. Joe Madden, you made that clear. You made that clear an hour and a half ago, bro.
Yeah, I don't believe he's a replacement.
Hold on. Let me establish something real quick. And so me and Lee disagree on this. First of all, Josh Hart is not a better player than RJ Barrett. Stop it.
Facts.
Josh Hart is not a better player than RJ Barrett.
Facts.
Right. Here's the thing: is Josh Hart a good player at what he does? He might be the best at what he does, right? But is he a better player than RJ? Now he might bring that level of professionalism that these young kids need to see on a daily basis. He may bring that. How to prepare for games, you know what I'm saying? How to prepare for opponents, situations, and things like that. Yes, right. But nobody on God's green earth would consider a Josh Hart for RJ Barrett swap.
No, you wouldn't.
You know what I'm saying?
Just wouldn't.
But my thing is, Josh Hart is a good player, and I'm glad we have him. You need these AD. You remember how we used to AD and I do this show called Old School Knicks, where we talk about like what the Knicks used to do in the past and all the missteps that they did, and we try to get to all the positive stuff. We try to get to the positive steps that the Knicks do over the course of time.
And we never do.
But they are so few and far between that you know what I'm saying, it takes up a whole show just to kind of get this move right here with Josh Hart. While the Knicks paid 3 players and a protected first for Josh Hart, I think that's an exorbitant amount for a guy that's a role player. But I understand that the Knicks organization has to pay the Knicks tax. There is a tax to play in the league. The Knicks have to pay it. They paid it. So what? It's done and over with. Josh Hart is here. I'm glad he's here, right? But Josh Hart is not the finishing piece on a championship team.
No.
Right? Josh Hart is not a starter on a championship contender.
Mm-mm.
Right?
Spot starter, maybe.
Josh Hart is like the 6th or 7th best player on a team that could probably contend. That's what you would expect Josh Hart to be, right? Grimes, on the other hand, offers you something. We don't know exactly what it is, but we know it's something beyond what we normally get from shooting guards, young shooting guards. We think that Grimes is better than Damian Dotson. We think he's better than Landry Fields. We think he's better than whatever shooting guard that normally comes here, like young guys. Right? We have faith in him. I called Grimes a ham sandwich one time, and the chat was threatening a revolt. Uncle Freezy, don't call Quentin Grimes a ham sandwich.
Well, it wasn't one. It wasn't one time, Freezy. Let's keep it above.
No,
it wasn't one time.
Yeah, I understand.
I think it was the whole summer.
Yeah, yes. But my thing is, and I have to clarify that if he were not called Klay Thompson, I would never have said it.
Exactly.
Right. So ultimately, what I'm getting at is Josh Hart is a nice complimentary piece. Lee, I'm not gonna lie to you. I understand where you're going with it, right? But I just don't want to put a ton of pressure on Josh Hart and that move that was made.
Yeah.
Want Josh Hart just to come here and be himself. Just do what you normally do without picking up more responsibility. You could be a team leader in a respect, but look at what team leadership, look at what veteran leadership gets you. Where's Alec Burks? Where's Derrick Rose? Where's Evan Fournier? Where's Kemba Walker?
Facts.
For this team, look at what veteran leadership gets you. Right? Look at Julius Randle. Right? Exactly. All these guys did that once to get into that team. What I'm saying is let's just allow Josh Hart to
it gets you paid, Uncle Freezy. Let's remember that. Okay. All of those guys you mentioned, they got a fat check from the New York Knickerbockers.
On time, too.
On time.
Hey, while y'all BSing, what's my man? They shipped off to Detroit.
Knox. Burks?
No.
DSJ? Nerlens Noel?
No. The vet.
Burks?
Lee, come on. Hey, who are you talking about?
Burks.
Okay.
Oh, the one who was
MJ?
kid from Utah.
MJ.
That was Burks.
Huh?
MJ Burks.
No, that was Burks.
So Paris Duggar, thank you for the generous contribution. Paris Duggar says, bet $1,000 Josh Hart is better, way better. Okay.
No.
I'm gonna like what is the alternative? Oh, go my bad, Lee. Go ahead. My fault. Go ahead.
Lee, what's the point you're getting at? No. Lee, what are you talking about though? Just explain to us what you're talking about.
No, because see my whole argument, because I don't want nobody in the whole chat or the panel get misunderstanding about the whole purpose of Josh Hart coming to the team is not only to help the team for where we're at right now, but also to strengthen RJ Barrett to make him understand what it takes to be what it needs to be. You understand what I'm saying? It's to make him go to the next level. Now,
Lee, here's the thing. But Lee, now listen. At what point in Josh Hart's career has he ever been better than RJ Barrett?
He's never. But
so how is somebody that has never done it gonna come to you and tell your golden child how to do it?
Stop, because you know why? Because of the minutes and the style of the way he's doing it, and the fact that you're not on the court when it needs to happen.
So he's never done it, but he's gonna come to you and tell your young franchise.
No. See, Freezy, let me explain it to him when I'm trying the last couple of games. If you have not watched it, Josh Hart has finished the fourth quarter in the last two games. If he cannot show RJ Barrett in the last 4 quarters of how he's doing, how he's hustling, the hustle part of what I'm trying to get to. You know what I'm saying? I'm sounding like Nev. Wow. but he's out here hustling RJ Barrett. He's making RJ Barrett looking like he's slow. His foot movement, everything we're talking about.
Yeah, I don't know. This sounds, man. I don't know, bro. Because you're trying to convince me that RJ Barrett doesn't play hard.
I never said that.
That's what it's coming across like.
No, what it's coming across like is like.
No, what it's coming across to me like is the way that I interpret it. You can't tell me how I interpret it.
Oh, you're right.
Right? Because when you say Josh Hart is coming here to hustle and play hard, it makes it sound like Grimes and RJ don't play hard, bro. They do.
They do, but the man that just grabbed 8-9 rebounds the last past 2 games. He dropped 27 points. He's doing the hustle things that we need, the things that we have not had.
So you're saying he adds a different dynamic?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. That's all you had to say.
I'm sorry.
Because if you said he had a different dynamic, I'm with you.
I'm sorry. We had a 18, 20-minute argument over you know what I'm saying?
The part of the reason why he does that is because he doesn't have the inherent natural talent or skill or mentality to do anything else at a high level, which is why he's all energy all the time. Which isn't a knock or an indictment on him. I love Josh Hart's game, and you need guys like him on your team if you want to be a winning team.
Right.
But the alternative is I see guys wanting to trade RJ, and it's just like you're not gonna get adequate value. You might have to give up an extra pick if you try to trade him right now. You have to ride it out. You have to ride it out with him at this point.
Anybody that knows me, I get accused of being called. I get accused of being called an RJ hater. Anybody that knows me, I want RJ to play better. I don't want to be negative about the guy. I think he has talent. I just think he needs to pick up his game and be smarter on the court, play within the flow. It's little things. It's little things. It's not just about shots. Obviously it is about shots. You got to make open shots, but it's little things in the game that it's very frustrating.
It looks like he put on too much muscle, man.
Thank you for the generous contribution. Paris Sucker says, if Zion had Hart at Duke, maybe he has a ring. Maybe so.
Maybe if they replaced Cam Reddish with Hart, not RJ.
Hart's instincts makes him better. Instinct, I can see that, but at the same time, bro. I'm not saying young players per se, but at the same time, we're comparing a veteran that has never contributed to a upper level playoff team is going to come here and make these young guys better.
We also have to take everything in context. At 22 years old, Josh Hart was in college still.
Yep.
If RJ Barrett was in college right now, he'd be averaging 40, probably.
Yes.
Possibly.
And 12 rebounds and 9 assists. You know what I'm saying?
And he won a championship. Don't get me wrong. He won a championship, but he won it with other blue chippers on his team, a.k.a. the number 1 point guard in high school, Jalen Brunson.
Yeah, but he was needed.
Absolutely, he was needed, but there was other NBA players on that team. Dante DiVincenzo. There was other.
But you can say that with any successful team.
Yeah, any
successful team, and to your earlier point, Dre, any successful team needs a Josh Hart.
Right, for sure.
You need a Danny Green.
Right, and so the thing is that we want to say about that Villanova team, if it wasn't for Dante DiVincenzo in that Final Four, they don't have a chip.
Absolutely.
Dante DiVincenzo is what took them over the top, not Josh Hart.
Yes.
Jalen Brunson was in foul trouble. That man came in and dropped 30.
Yeah, Josh Hart is not a kingmaker, bro. He's a very good player, a very good role player on a very good team. Yes, I'm calling the Knicks very good on a very good team, right? And he's going to contribute in ways that best suits his skill set. That's it. Nobody's arguing anything else. And David, thank you for the generous contribution. He says, "Who is RJ? Compare him to others in his class year 4." I need some time to think about that. and so Paris Duggar, thank you for the generous contribution. Paris Duggar says, "RJ doesn't work hard." Tibbs alluded to it.
Wow.
I don't agree with that. When you call, hold on. When you
go ahead, Adam.
When you call RJ the golden child, what do you mean by that?
He's a child that's golden?
What kind of gone off gold is that?
I don't know.
Stuff that leaves the net green.
Me about the Knicks franchise is he's put out there as the golden child, but the golden child is trying to be shipped out and is probably going to be trying to shipped out the next time a big star is available. So I get
Joe Madden, why are you so blunt? Because let me explain something to you. Joe Madden.
But that's not a golden child, bro. If the team's trying to trade,
I understand. Yo, listen.
So the golden child thing is not what the Knicks said. The golden child thing is what I said.
No,
right?
I get that.
You know what I'm saying? So
we gotta Freezy. You don't have to explain that. No, but I'm explaining something to Joe Madden. Joe Madden, listen, RJ is not going nowhere unless he's 3 years deep into this deal. And well, hold on a second.
Yeah, Corey, go ahead.
3 years deep into this deal. 3 years deep into this current deal he got, and Josh Hart is still here. See, my point to you is this: Josh Hart is the example for RJ Barrett. They did not bring this man in here for no reason other than to tighten him up.
I was gonna say, I was gonna say, even if you're a golden child, like it doesn't necessarily even matter. Like, you know who was the #1 scorer in Toronto Raptors history, and they still traded him for Kawhi? DeMar DeRozan. Like, being a golden child does not make you exempt from being traded. He was the franchise guy. He passed Vince Carter. He was the guy up there.
Right.
And they traded him for a superstar. So you can't.
And they lied to him and told him that they weren't going to trade him, and next week they traded him.
I mean, like, to your point, right?
The moment he put his name on that new contract, he was out the door.
Trey, to your point, there's no loyalty. There's no loyalty in sports. However, I think the Knicks front office, they want RJ to play better. It's not like they're rooting against him, but like there's no loyalty. If he plays bad for the next year or two, I mean, they're going to do whatever it takes to make the team better. So, but don't get it twisted. They want to see RJ play better.
Well, of course they want to see him play better. Because if he plays better, they win more games and he boosts his trade value.
Yeah, he's an investment. Yeah, they're invested in RJ Barrett.
Exactly, and that's what makes me look crazy. See, and that's what makes me look crazy.
Not consistent. We all know RJ is not consistent. So RJ has to play better basketball like RJ. And RJ knows when to fix his issues. Because right now, his 3-point shooting percentage is not 40%. It's less than that.
Well, 40% is well above average. We would just like it to be 35.
His
35.
His free throw shots is not consistent. And he needs to be better at that. And he needs to do better on defense, definitely, because he's been, very, very lackey and lazy at times.
I don't know. Is it just me? RJ looks like he got very chunky over the offseason.
He didn't get chunky. He put on too much muscle.
Exactly. It's the same thing.
He put on, but he's 6'7". See, that's another thing we got to remember. He's 6'7" tall. With
Who,
not
RJ?
Yes, he is.
He's 6'7". I didn't know.
He was a full 6'7". It's the same thing. Remember when Mitchell Robinson first put on all of that muscle last year? And he was just slow to every play, slow to recovery, slow to getting rebounds, slow to blocking shots. it legitimately might take him. It might take RJ a year to like even just lose that muscle because
but the difference is,
looks just like this.
but the difference is Mitch was naturally athletically superior to RJ.
Right.
Yo, Dre, you might have to digress to the OG because he's making some sense right
I'm
there.
agreeing with him. Though. We're agreeing. It's just Mitch was naturally more athletic.
Yeah.
So he could take some muscle and not lose everything.
He needed it because every time you saw him up against anybody that had an extra 40 pounds, they moved him out of the way.
Yeah. And so let me just say this really quick, man, because I think in our desperation for RJ, we just search for a lot of stuff to talk about. Right. The thing with RJ Barrett is to be an NBA player, you don't have to be the most athletic guy to ever have played basketball. Does it help? Sure. Right. But the 2-time reigning MVP is a dude named Jokic.
True.
Is he athletic?
No.
The best player in the NBA right now at this moment, to me, Luka Doncic, is not a superior athlete.
Yes, Freezy.
Right.
But let me ask you this.
So what I'm getting at is this. The thing with a RJ Barrett, the Knicks need so many. It's the reason why I really don't have like the stomach for the Brunson criticisms or the Randle criticisms or the RJ criticisms, is that the Knicks roster is so flawed and has been so flawed for so long. We search out the smallest little thing to complain about a guy that for his career is probably better than most wing players that we've had. RJ Barrett is a top 10 wing player in Knicks history, and this organization has been alive for 77 years. I legit struggle in my mind to find a wing player.
You're not saying a whole lot.
Indeed. Is that my fault or is that the Knicks' fault?
I don't even agree with the fact that he's saying we're flawed because we're going into the playoffs.
Yeah, but that I mean, Freezy.
Name them. Name 9 other wing players better than RJ Barrett.
I can't. I cannot.
When you take out Carmelo Anthony and
Bernard
Bernard King,
who
else do you have?
But that's the reason why we brought in Josh Hart to sharpen up RJ Barrett to get him ready. You understand?
No, I don't understand that, Lee.
I know you understand that.
Lee.
Hold on a second. Hey.
Because the thing is, but listen,
let me speak.
The thing is, what you're saying in my mind, it sounds like you're reaching for something that's not there. It's not like you're bringing you're not bringing in a former scoring champion in the NBA to be RJ Barrett's mentor. You're bringing in Josh Hart.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying? You're not bringing in. You're not bringing in, say, a Rudy Gay or a Caron Butler type. You're bringing in Josh Hart.
And
listen, and you're saying Josh Hart.
Okay.
The thing is, Freezy. I mean, Corey Lee.
Wow,
man. Like RJ comes from a specific pedigree. His parent was an athlete. His godfather is Steve Nash. He's well aware of what he needs to do to fix. It's just a matter of doing it. We don't know if he can do it. He knows what his issues are. And I'm pretty sure Tibbs points it out a million times. And if he went to his Twitter mentions, he would see it too. So like he knows. So like he doesn't necessarily have to follow the lead from Josh Hart to know what it is.
It's not like you bought in. It's not like when you bought in Andre Iguodala, bro.
Yeah, you're not asking him to follow necessarily Josh Hart. It would be nice that everybody has that kind of tenacious. RJ has a broken shot.
Okay.
I'm asking RJ
Josh
to
Hart
watch.
is
I'm
not.
asking RJ to watch this show.
Yeah,
That's
but Josh Hart is not going to be his shooting instructor.
No, but RJ should be listening to this show because we are trying to help him.
But what, you don't think RJ knows? I mean, this is a dude. let's understand something about R.J. Barrett. This is a dude who was National High School Player of the Year, averaging 28.7 points per game.
By himself.
By himself. He had never known, goes to Duke, blue chipper. He had never known nothing but success.
So, and mind you, in high school, he was playing
So,
top-notch competition every game.
I'll tell you one thing. AD crushed my argument right here at this point.
You know what I'm saying? So it's not that he doesn't know what he needs to do. It's like, this is the NBA. You see what I'm saying? And at this point of his career, he's supposed to know where to find his shot within the offense and be consistent at it. But he's not that kind of, well, it's my turn now. He's a high usage ball player.
Can I respond to that? Can I ask you a question? Then why he had the whole offseason to work on these things? What happened? If he knew, why am I not seeing the improvement?
That's the wrong question to ask, bro.
But the thing is, he's by nature a streaky player, because I was gonna say he's a streaky player, and like we've seen, he's had legitimately a 25-game stretch where he shot 40% from three this year.
Yep.
He's the number one shooter in the league from the right corner. He has the most points in the league from the right corner.
I'm talking about his defense. I'm talking about his handle. I'm talking about his free throws. Like all these things. Like
it sounds like y'all.
But he's shooting the highest percentage from free throw in his career right now.
Yeah.
What's he shooting?
Hey, hold on. Paris Duggar, thank you for the generous contribution. Paris Duggar says, the Brunsons are building this team. The Brunsons are building this team. RJ is gone. Man. This is ridiculous. And so Paris Duggar, he says Joker and Luka are superior instinctual players. You know, nobody disputes that part. Nobody disputes that part.
No, but he does have a point. He does have a point
about Luka and
no, he does have a point that they're building. They're gonna build this team around the Brunsons. They're building this team around.
Sometimes I think we go so far out on a limb.
I'm sorry to tell you.
Rick Brunson ain't even been here a year, and you talking about this dude done took over all the power in the Knicks organization and gonna build it around the point guard.
His son. Hold on a second.
Amen, brother.
Freezy. His son has saved. Hold on.
You know the night time is the right time. You know the night time.
Freezy, can you deny this?
Is the right time?
Can you? That's right. That's
right. You just said my man had a point about the Brunsons in a power struggle, and I just don't get it.
Hold on, Corey. Hold on, Freezy. Can you deny this? That
yes,
his
I can't deny
that his son has not saved everybody's job in the organization?
Oh my God!
Jalen Brunson single-handedly has saved everybody's job in the organization.
Hold on. Y'all making the Brunson sound like a 5-man group from Motown. The Brunsons.
What are we talking about? They're the new power at MSG.
Man, y'all crazy. This whole narrative thing is bananas, bro.
What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that?
What's wrong with that?
What's wrong with the Brunsons? What's wrong with the Brunsons? Did we not see the Porzingis? How did that work out? What's wrong with the Brunsons?
This is desperate. Wiz, come in here and put some sense in the chat, bro. Wiz, come in here and put some sense in it. Come in here and put some sense in the chat, bro. You just said the Brunsons. This is the most ridiculous. Hey, I know sometimes in the chat we get thirsty to say something. Sometimes we just want to be heard. But this right here is mega thirsty. So I just want to be heard.
What's wrong with the Brunsons? Like I said, did we not see the Porzingises? How did that work out?
Let me drop some West Indian knowledge on you, man. Ready? Some Jamaican knowledge. because I know sometimes you argue about the West Indies and Caribbean, and you're like, Jamaica's the center of the Caribbean, man.
Get to your
We
point,
run it.
bro.
So, okay, so here we go. From Jamaica to Brooklyn to LA. I come with all parts of the world, Shanghai, Paris, all my family and some knowledge. But here's the deal.
Wait, Lee, let the man talk.
Brunson's, dude, yes.
What's going on, bro?
There's no denying that young B has done a big part in saving this team this year. Of course, we can't deny our current all-star that's been selected by the coaches, Mr. Randle, who many of us were looking to trade last year, and I was one of them, open to the trade, not necessarily one trade, open to it. Rick Brunson right now has some input in the peripherals of the team, but I cannot say that he's part of the, Brunson dynasty or the Brunson, tyranny of dictators who are about to pass it on from father to son. So no, I can't say the Brunsons running this right now. Tibbs and Rose still have their hands fully in charge of what's going on, and it's Tibbs who actually got Josh with support from, Jalen to bring Hart here.
I'm sorry. Who got Jalen here?
Hey, Paris Duggar, thank you for the generous contribution. Paris Duggar says, Uncle Freezy didn't even react to the win last night. Yeah, again, sounding thirsty, man. You sounding thirsty. Come on, man. Let's stick to the basketball stuff. David says Rick Brunson is the new Uncle West. Right? How is he the new Uncle?
Wow.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Rick, I'm sorry to tell you.
Thank you for that generous contribution, David.
Hold on, Corey. I'm sorry to tell you.
Hey,
Brunson got Jalen Brunson here.
Let me just stop one more minute. I'm giving credit to Rick Brunson as a part of it, with Leon Rose controlling the dynamics of bringing him aboard, knowing he's going to help his son come aboard, knowing that Tim's going to help his son come aboard. The whole family structure, the whole CA mafia, whatever you want to call it, put together this deal along with the Brunson dynasty, coming together to get Brunson here, and hence, therefore, getting Josh here because Tibbs has been begging for him for 6 years now. Now, the issue that I have with some of you Knicks fans are, and even the Freezer may have dropped a little bit also, is some of you actually are satisfied, well, not really, or happy with where we are because we have done things and we are some places where we've never been before or haven't been in 20 years, or like the point of being top 10 wing player of all Knicks time, or even the front office being the best front office we've had in 20 years, is that I can't compare myself to the worst. I can't say Jamaica is is the richest country in the Caribbean, but we're still third world and we owe US $100 million.
I'm with Leon. I'm with Lee on this, man. Wiz, you gotta come on.
You kind of were left with this.
Come on, bro. I'm with Lee on this, man. Bro, come on, Wiz. Come on.
No, you're speaking facts. No, you're speaking facts when you said it.
Facts of what?
Facts that he's the best wing player of the Knicks entire 73 years,
man.
But doesn't mean it's relevant when the previous,
please.
When we haven't had top caliber wings in the past 20 years.
80, I'll let you take care of this 80, please, bro. 80 handlers.
I'm just saying that the front office being the best front office we've had in 20 years, that means nothing to me when the front office has been a disaster for the past 20 years. Just because someone now, instead of maybe running a 100-meter dash in 11 seconds, oh yeah, because the last guy did it in 12 seconds. But the world record is 9.9. I don't care what you do in 11 seconds when the world record is 9.9. I'm not aiming for beating the guy that did 12 seconds. I want to get to the guy who's going sub 10 seconds. So I can't even compare it to previous front office because they are now better.
Nah, man, I'm not rocking this.
I'm not taking any credit for somebody who just barely beat the slowest guy in the team.
Jalen Brunson's the best Knicks player since Patrick Ewing.
Nah, since Melo. That's just
no. I think Brunson's better than Carmelo.
Dang.
Hold on a second. 80,
Okay,
I
I'm stepping back from that.
Hey,
no,
Dre. So what we'll do is, in order for us to
right
stop
now.
coming
No.
on with like super thirsty takes, maybe we need to come on more often, and then that way, because I think what we're doing now is trying to get all of this stuff out at one time, bro. It's
Cats is reaching.
We're backed up. You ain't been on in like 3-4 days, man.
Yeah, so we coming on just saying anything.
We all thirsty. I know I was so happy you were on Freezy. I'm like, I've been listening all this time. I got things to do. I'm like, I can't stop listening, man. I'm rushing around. Be like, keep the airplug in, cause these guys are on fire.
Yeah, man. We just trying to get
wait,
to.
Wait, do you think it's debatable between Brunson and Carmelo? Is it debatable?
No, it's not. No.
Really?
No.
It's
no.
not.
That sounds mega thirsty. Like
wait, hold on.
It sounds
That's
like
Sahara Desert thirsty.
Y'all listen to me. I'm gonna say something crazy.
No. I'm just talking about impact to team.
Nah, man. No,
impact the team. It's not.
No,
impact the team. It's not.
No,
it's not crazy.
because we've only seen.
It's not crazy at all. Come on.
Impact the team. It's not
really
crazy.
a 30 game stretch. We compare.
Brunson is. This is what Brunson is.
I'll tell you what.
He's going to do this for the next 5 to 10 years in a Knicks uniform.
I tell you what. If we win 55 games with Jalen Brunson leading now, then I'll say that. Until then, we're going to win 43 or 45 games here.
Okay, let me ask you this question: Are you willing to change? Let me ask you this: If Jalen Brunson can win a championship in New York, will your opinion change?
Well, of course. I mean, come on, Spree.
Of course. Yeah, but you got to start somewhere. But
I'm telling you is, I see in Brunson. I think Brunson has the DNA that I didn't see from Carmelo.
Okay, I think.
Did you fly in from Colombia anytime recently?
Okay, by the way, who's getting
so Parasugger, thank you for the generous contribution. Parasugger says you have a blind spot if you don't see what's happening. Thank you for the generous contribution, Parasugger. You know what I'm saying? I think I could kind of understand where, but here's my thing though. Here's the thing. I want to kind of go with Spree a little bit. I'm on the tarmac with Spree, right? But I'm not where he wants to go with it. I'm just not. That itinerary doesn't fit me. I just like being in this moment right here, though. In this moment right here that we're in, Jalen Brunson is a top NBA player. I don't care what Jalen Brunson is going to be in 4 or 5 years. In this moment right here, I feel like we need to appreciate it. And the fact that we're talking about all the other stuff makes me think we don't appreciate greatness when we get it. And if we don't appreciate greatness when we get it, how do we tell people come here? So that we can appreciate you.
I appreciate Jalen. I appreciate Mr. Brunson.
I agree. Concurred.
Imagine how Carmelo would feel if you asked that question to him. He's this guy was better than you, better than every other Knick beside over you since Patrick Ewing. That's why like certain guys feel slighted because we immediately jump to these proclamations.
I'm not slighting Carmelo. I'm respecting both.
I know you're not intentionally slighting him, but that's what it sounds like.
Carmelo was already established.
Right.
And that answers.
Thank you for the generous contribution. Paris Douglas says, "Hey, Spree, Melo was facing the Heatles." Interesting. Yeah.
And Freezy, that answers your question from earlier. Is Brunson a superstar? That answered it right there.
Right. Will Brunson be a top 100 player in 5 years?
Say it again.
Wiz, wait a minute. Wiz, before you ask your question again, Wiz, before you answer, I just said, like, listen, less than 200 seconds ago, I said we should probably enjoy this moment and appreciate the greatness that's happening right now. And then you said,
no, I'm asking the question says he's better than Carmelo. That's what I'm just doing, but I understand.
What was the question that you asked, though?
Will Brunson be a top 100 NBA player in history in 5 years after 5 years more of his career?
That requires 10 years plus of elite play, not 5 years.
Say something vulgar, but I'm
5 more years. So 10 years of playing in the NBA.
Wiz. Ultimately, what I'm saying to you is this, and I'm saying this to other Knicks fans in the chat, man. At some point, we can't not be scarred, scorned Knicks fans.
Facts.
At some point, we have to be in the moment, appreciate what we have right now, Knicks fans.
Yes.
Right? And so always thinking about the Pat Ewing era or projecting what RJ Barrett will be in 5 years have nothing to do with right now.
Absolutely. I understand. I just try to
yeah, but Freezy, it makes for a good show. We have time.
But the thing is, when you do that though, you diminish what's happening right now in front of your very eyes.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? Because as a Knicks fan, I remember Pat Ewing being young, and people were like, "Well, he good. That boy can jump, but he'll never be Willis Reed." Why are you worried about what Willis Reed did 10 years ago? Right? You need to appreciate Ewing for what he is today. And I think some Knicks fans still don't appreciate the Bernard Kings, the Ray Williams, the Patrick Ewings, because we always looking back at what we used to be and not looking at what we are right now.
Uncle Freezy, do you appreciate Jalen Brunson?
Yes.
Do you think he has the DNA that you believe in him?
Well, I'm not going to be on the witness stand, bro. That's it for me. I'm answering that one question.
Wait, why? No, please.
Because
okay, here's the thing. You think Jalen Brunson has championship DNA?
Spree, don't try to lead me. Just say what you got to say.
Okay, do you think he has championship DNA? That's my last question. I promise.
What is it?
Do you think he has championship DNA? That's my last question.
I'm not sure. I don't want to answer that.
Okay.
Because here's the thing: championship DNA. You never know championship DNA until you see it, and by that time, it's too late.
I think
right. Like for instance, does the Boston Celtics have championship DNA? We don't know. They went to the finals. They didn't win a championship. Does that mean they don't have championship DNA? Nah. Right. It could, because and then it's also a matter of opinion. Right? Okay. Like you may believe that Brunson has championship DNA, and I may not believe that he has NBA championship DNA. But you might believe because he was good in high school and good in college that translates at every level. And I might not believe that. Like I think fighting on the street is one thing, squaring up, going off the hands of somebody on the street is one thing, getting in the boxing ring is something else.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? So what I'm saying ultimately is I don't care. I want to be in this moment. We have a game tomorrow. Jalen Brunson is playing well. We'll worry about the championship part when Brunson gets there. You know, that's my take on it. Right now, others would maybe like to enjoy the ride. They may like the roller coaster with what is the ride to an NBA championship. It's ups and downs all the way. They're going to be buckled in for all the downs and all the ups, and they're going to stay on that ride. What I'm saying is this: I'm just going to enjoy the moment.
That's fair. I think, and this is all our opinions. And again, we can all disagree. Some people, that's okay. I'm curious. I like other people's thoughts, but in my opinion, I think Jalen Brunson can be the second best player on a championship team. I believe that. I do. No. I think if you bring in a Batman, if you put Brunson as the second best player, if you make Julius Randle the third best player, I think we have the makings of a championship team if we get one superstar that's an A.
Jalen's already made himself Batman. We're looking for a Robin.
Whoa! I'd like to get a Batman so Brunson can be Robin.
Okay. All right. Let me do this real quick, and then we'll get to that discussion. We're going to table everything else and talk about what was just said. So, Paris Duggar, thank you for the generous contribution. Paris Duggar says, if we had 25-year-old Melo with this crew, we would win. And I'm with Paris Duggar on that. But my only thing is, to what extent are we winning? What extent are we winning? Are you talking about winning the championship? I think Melo was a selfish player. I don't think Carmelo Anthony is the piece that you need to win a championship. You can't win championships with Dominique Wilkins as your best player, or Alex English as your best player, or Carmelo Anthony as your best player, or Mark Aguirre as your best player. And AD may not agree with me, But AD, do you think you can win a championship with Bernard King as your best player?
No.
I'll take that as a no. All right, so let's go back to let's go back to what Spree and Lee said, right? Is Jalen Brunson a Batman or is he a Robin? And if he is either of those, what part do we need to go get, or do we already have it? Joe, you still there?
Wow.
Yeah, I'm
still
still
okay,
here.
okay. So which one are you thinking, bro? Batman or Robin?
I would say Robin. I think we're one piece away. Brunson's really changed everything on this team. I think you keep Julius, you keep Brunson, and you go out and get a star. Then I think you're talking about championship contention. Depends who the star is, but I think we're one piece away.
Interesting. Wiz, what are you thinking, Wiz?
I don't want to insult people. I don't know how to put it more delicately than this. I think Brunson is bad girl. So I think we need a Batman and a Robin and a bad girl. I'm just thinking of a trio. I'm not calling him a girl.
Man, Wiz, why you gotta be jumping out the window?
We mad. So we mad thirsty tonight, bro.
I'm just saying.
We mad thirsty tonight, bro.
For real, Wiz, why you gotta go super left?
I don't mean feminine in the bad girl.
You said feminine, no.
I mentioned it in the third person in the trio. Was he a bad boy?
Man, I don't know.
Was there a bad boy? I don't know what else is in the Batman. Well, I didn't read comic books. I read the Wall Street Journal when I was 6 years old. I was in stocks when I was 5. Okay, I was probably cryptocurrency when I was 7. So anyway, I'm just trying to say that he's number 3 in my book. He's number 3. I don't see him as Robin. I see him as number 3. No matter how he's really, really good, but I need a superstar, an All NBA, and then this borderline All NBA All Star named Brunson. That's my take. So is Randle at the 2, the Robin? I'm not doubting that, but I'm not giving Brunson the Robin either. I'm sorry. That's how I feel.
So Wiz says Bernard King was one of the 5 best players in the league, and now couldn't be the best player on a championship team. So the thing is it's not. I'm not saying that Bernard King was not a great player, because if you watch all the shows, especially if you watch old school Knicks on Sunday mornings, you know how me and AD feel about Bernard King, bro. Let's not get it twisted. I'm not saying that Bernard King is not a great player. What I'm saying is that you can't win a championship with just a scoring machine. You just can't. A lot of times when dudes lead outside of Jordan, when teams have the highest scoring dude in the league, they don't win championships.
I agree with that.
You know what I'm saying? It's no knock on Bernard King or Carmelo or Alex English or Dominique Wilkins or even Kevin Durant before Golden State.
Yeah,
it's just
Hall of Fame players.
Yeah, it's just that prototype of player is tough to win. It's tough to win with that guy.
Exactly.
Is what I'm getting.
Freezy, that was very well said. Very well said,
bro. I would do Ewing, Bernard, and Brunson. Batman Ewing, Robin Bernard, and whatever that third character you want to put as Brunson. That's my championship.
Okay, so let me get back to this then, Wiz. If Brunson is not the alpha, like I'm just saying that just for the placeholder. If Brunson is not the number 1 guy, just as a placeholder, right? Then we would say that bringing in another guy to be that guy, what type of player are you talking about? Filling that spot, not just a name. I'm talking about a player or archetype.
Right.
What archetype do you put along with Brunson and Randle?
It is that dominant wing 3-and-D clutch player. So I need. I'm sorry. My problem is, you know what? I can't see a point guard being the primary I mean, actually, it's been done. I don't see Brunson as the point guard that can do that as the one. So yeah, the dominant, unstoppable, long, athletic, defensive skills, 3-point shooting wing. That's right. That's what I need.
I still don't understand what you're talking about.
Well, I'm talking about Kawhi, KD. If you want to give me a name, then that type of player. Kawhi, ideally. Of course, I mean LeBron in his prime is, of course, it's obvious. But take out LeBron, take out the goats. Kawhi Leonard, right now on his team, will take us to the championship.
Hey, Paris Duggar, thank you
and
for
he's
the
healthy.
contribution. Paris Duggar says Kawhi and I and Nev disagree with you. Okay. All right.
I hope the Kawhi.
So what?
I hope the
Okay.
Kawhi, Toronto Kawhi, would do it right now.
Oh, all right. So I'm gonna tell you this. All right. So I think you grasping at straws, and I don't mean that disrespectfully. I think what it is you are a scorned Knicks fan that is watching a great player become great right in front of your eyes, and you can't come to grips that the Knicks can have a great player. That's what I think is happening.
That may be true. It's PTSD.
And I don't mean that in a disrespectful way. It's the same way we feel about Randle. Julius Randle is a 2-time NBA All-Star in 4 years as a Knick at the power forward position, right? And Knicks fans can't come to grips that we can develop a player into a 2-time All-Star because of what we went through in the past. Instead of being in this moment right now, we are saying, well, hold on. Murphy's Law, anything that bad can happen will happen. That's how we feel. Like we legit feel like and my thing is, we feel like the wheels are going to fall off Jalen Brunson. As opposed to thinking that this may be the tip of the iceberg for Jalen Brunson.
Yes.
Yo,
I agree.
Freezy,
and you've always been loyal to Julius Randle, Freezy. Right. You've always been in his corner. I got to give you that.
And Freezy, I'm going to say to you right now, as you know, in this Cuban group, my name is Wiz, and yes, I am a Knick suffering sadistic type of PTSD guy who's afraid of success and afraid of failure, or maybe doomed for failure. Because I have that Knick mentality. Because remember, Nick, you and I are almost the same time frame, 1975, 76. That's my fandom began. Okay, so I've been through the grinder, and it's difficult to see.
You talking about Ray Williams and Bob McAdoo and Pearl Monroe. A washed up, not washed up Clyde, but Clyde was kind of like
declining. All of that. My first game, I watched Lonnie do last second game-winning shot, and I was like, "Yes, we're going nowhere." Okay,
right.
I've been through all of it. I've been through Bernard. Come back, Bernard. Patrick's waiting for you. I met him at Kings Plaza, shopping center. Guy's autograph. How's a finger, Bernard? He's like, "It's good. It's good." He gave me the autograph. I'm like, I can't wait for you.
Always had his fingers taped up, bro.
Exactly, but that was when he's recovering. I'm like, I saw Patrick at the Pink Teacup restaurant for breakfast, probably around Valentine's Day. Me and my girl inside was my wife. I saw Patrick. Hey, I'm Jamaican, man. Well, Patrick, he gave me, dapped me up. You and Bernard, man. You and Bernard are gonna be. Right. No, I've been through all that. I'm just, So if I was in the Marine, if I was in the Army, I'd be crying right now. I'm just saying, I'll be right there going, oh, man, the pain, the suffering. It's so close, and it's always there, out of our reach.
Right.
So yes, I'm talking about.
And there's no harm in being from the Spencer Haywood, Ray Williams, Michael Ray Richardson, Bill Cartwright era. Bro, that was a young core right there. That was a young core. That's why every time AD say young core, I be about to vomit.
Oh man.
Right?
So much hope. So much hope.
Right. And I don't want to be. Listen, y'all.
That's
I
the
don't.
problem, Freezy, because you see, all of what's happened is why you have fans like Wiz who are so delusional they can't see a good thing in front of them.
Right. Right.
You know, that this man would refer to Brunson and the disrespect to the Brunsons. Okay? To the Brunsons. The new power at MSG. Right? The Brunsons. The new power at MSG.
Yeah.
For you to compare this man to Batgirl,
the new power.
You know what I mean? For you to compare this man to this man who has saved every last person's job.
Yeah, Leon Rose and Tibbs would be all going to unemployment office. They would have gone to an unemployment office 3 weeks ago or a month ago if Jalen Brunson wasn't on this team. What would our record be without Brunson? 15 wins? 14 wins?
I would say to y'all this just really quick. I understand that Brunson is a great player in this moment, right? But since we got like 10 minutes left, man, I want to just throw this out there to give credit where credit is due. The Knicks were running this same offensive system last year, just with bad parts, right? And we did a video about it during the summer. Like the Knicks run a such and such pick and roll. Yeah, I numbered y'all to death during the offseason. Like all we needed was a point guard to do this, and this is what the Knicks point guard backcourt would look like. And now Jalen Brunson is here taking that basic thing that Tibbs did and is taking it to a whole new level. Is it Jalen Brunson and Tibbs' system, or is it Brunson taking Tibbs' system and putting it in overdrive?
It's Brunson.
I think it's Brunson.
I think it's Brunson. System and putting it in overdrive because his system is point guard, take it to the middle, and if it's clogged, then dish. If you got a better shot, it's point guard driven.
Right.
Any point guard would love to play with this because it's off of
there
you.
we go. Question on that. You just 1 second on that. Right that point. Okay, replace Brunson with Halliburton. Where will we be right now?
You'd be probably basically.
But
I don't want to say basically the same thing, but you'd be in a good situation as well. What's your point?
What's the point you getting at? What's the point you getting at, Wiz?
That means he's not extreme in the level of you guys saying he's going to take us to the championship when we can actually find 3 or 4 guys in the league right now who would do it. I'm not talking about,
but wisdom again.
Or
why would you transpose them when we have Brunson?
No,
we don't have other guys. We have Brunson.
We have Brunson.
It's a system with a skilled point guard.
Okay, so it's
a skilled point guard
who is here, and there's Brunson who is here.
Wait, Brunson's a system point guard? Brunson is the system.
Okay, there we go. If you say that, then that I will not argue with if that's your point. But if you say it's a system and let's stick a point guard in there, and
no. Brunson's bad. I mean, look, Brunson to me is to answer your question, it's the overdrive thing. Like my whole thing is he's taking it to a new level. I haven't seen a point guard like this. Maybe I'm being biased. As efficient as he, I've never seen a guy as efficient as him.
Okay.
Not for the Knicks.
Hold on.
If we're keeping it a buck, and if you look up this advanced analytics, Brunson's diet of shots are very difficult. They're not easy shots he's taking. Like the offense is not generating easy layups for him. He is getting it. He's creating mismatches and taking advantage of them and still taking contested mid-range jumpers or hard floaters. Like the margin of error for him is minuscule for him to succeed.
Step back threes.
And that's why he has to give more because he's 5'11", 6 foot at best.
Man,
so it's not the Tibbs offense. It's Brunson being as good as he is because, for instance, they ran something completely. They had a lot of isolation offense for the Mavericks, but they had a little bit of off ball movement. But for a lot of things, we share similar offense as the Mavericks, and he went into the playoffs and dominated the exact same way, off of minuscule margin for error, and he's very skilled.
Dre, I want to back
but Dre,
up,
this
Dre.
is go ahead, Lee.
No, I want to back him up. Yo, let me tell you something. Brunson is not no joke, man. This cat is, yo. If you not, if you, yo, for Knicks fans, if you're not really witness what this young man has done, then you are blind, or upset because he is not fit the profile of what you wanted.
So also all you sexists who diminish Batgirl's role and skill set.
Hold on a second, I'm not done.
I'm just
Yo,
saying Batgirl was a bad girl.
Hey, nah, Wiz, you don't talk. You had your time. My point to you is that you cannot deny this young man of who he is and what he's done for this franchise.
I'm not.
Okay. All right. So here's the thing. Just wanting to get to the system or the player thing, right? So I think it's a combination of both, right? I think it's a combination of both. But here's the thing that I wanted to get to about the combination of both, right? Hey, Ron Cleveland is in the building. What's good, sir?
Man. What's going on, man?
Hey, I got this little point that I wanted to get to real quick. The thing that made Ali great is the combination of talent, which was Ali, and the supporting cast, which was Angelo Dundee and all of Muhammad Ali's managers, right? It was a combination of that. Even though Ali on game day or on fight night looked like he was there by himself, Ali had a team, a machine behind him. And it's the same thing I'm saying with Jalen Brunson. And if you think Jalen Brunson is great right now, you wait until the Knicks start knocking down threes on a consistent basis where teams can't defend Brunson and Randle at the same time, but have to also respect shooters. Basically, what I'm saying is you wait till defenses have to play Randle and Brunson straight up. Now, when that occurs, you are going to see the very best of Brunson and Randle and those shooters, right? And so the Smoking Nick alluded to it about an hour ago about RJ Barrett stepping up and being better. The thing we should have stated clearly in that thing, because what he said was right, but sometimes we say points on here and we do the shock value part, but we don't get into the detail part. Like with the Smoking Nick, if the Smoking Nick would have said, like, because I said it afterwards, if RJ rebounded better, like Josh Hart, and if RJ passed the ball more, like Quickly, and RJ Barrett knocked down threes, not contested threes, but the open threes that he often gets on the right wing, then now it's impossible for you to defend all these guys at one time with the pre-made defense. Now you have to go man to man. Because what happens is when Brunson starts cooking, teams go to an inverted zone, like a 3-2 zone, right? To stop Brunson's penetration and make him kick it out to guys in the corners for three, for them to create or make shots, and they don't. Not consistently. Ron, what's good, boss?
Man, Freezy. You know what I mean? Hey, shout out to everybody on the panel, man. Shout out to everybody in the chat, man. Hey, last night was hey, we got a win. We beat the Nets. You know, a little bittersweet. We couldn't beat them with Kyrie and KD. Would have been nice to put it on them. You know what I mean? But hey, you take that win any way you can get it. I tell y'all this, man.
Salute.
What's up?
I tell y'all this, man. Jalen Brunson is a star.
Thank you.
You hit superstar status once you do stuff in the playoffs. Once you take teams, and I'm gonna tell you this for you, my guy and all, man. But don't compare Brunson to Carmelo, man. Don't do that right now. He ain't got the body of work, man. He ain't got the body of work. I ain't saying he ain't gonna get there, but he is not Carmelo. You better go back and dig in the archives. I know you do that. Go dig back in the archives and go look at Denver Melo and how he took that team against Kobe and them boys, took them to the Western Conference Finals. Don't disrespect Melo, man. You know what I mean? People forget when time. That's what happened when time goes by. People tend to forget how good players work. You know what I mean? And sometimes we need an adjustment. Got to go back to the lab. But Brunson, for this Knicks team, absolutely a star, the best point guard on this team. And I was saying Stephon Marbury, man, but I gotta go all the way back even further than that, man. I gotta go further than that.
Michael Ray Richardson.
Clyde.
Carmelo had one good year
Michael,
here. I was just talking about Carmelo on the Knicks.
Let's not do that to Michael Ray Richardson, bro.
But I will say this. Brunson is a problem for the league, man. He's a system to himself, the way he operates. The footwork, we all know about it. That guy should be an all-star. This should be one of them situations where the commissioner say, hey, I know we got a number, but this guy is going. I mean, this guy has 15 30-point games this season. 15 of them. And in the last 20-something games, been averaging 30 points. Got 3 40-point games. That guy is a star and doing it in the toughest place to play. We know New York is a pressure cooker. Many have come, many have failed. You know what I mean? Then you look at Julius Randle. Got to give Julius Randle his props. Any other individual, lesser individual would have folded like a wet food stamp and would have been on the first thing smoking after last season. They would have came back mentally defeated. Julius Randle right now is actually 7th in the MVP voting. Julius Randle, that guy that some people still want to try to run out of town, and this man is an all-star. Put some respect on Julius Randle's name, man. If people live in the past too much, man. What he did last year, and you think about it, Julius Randle was 20-9, and we all know he was a head case last year. The boy head is screwed on right this year, man.
And the roster was terrible.
That leads me to the guy that everybody been talking about. And I hate having to talk about him in this manner. For a 3rd overall pick, you supposed to be a franchise player.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care about people talking about he's only 22. Get out of here with that.
Hey, Ron Cleveland, where were you at when you was 22?
Man,
I'm just
when I was 22. When I was 22, I was in Somalia.
Thank you.
You know what I mean?
Thank you. Everybody keeps saying he young. I don't want to hear it.
I don't want to hear it.
Me neither. I'm not listening.
Freezy. 4 years. We got this is year 4. This man, I can see this man
and salute and shout out to all our veterans, those that served in foreign wars and those who did not still support it. So shout out to all the veterans listening. I want to let y'all. I know Ron cooking about the Knicks, but every time I hear something from a veteran that say something like that, I want y'all to know how much I truly appreciate y'all. And a lot of y'all I was with on those turfs and stuff. I still struggle with
not knowing if you're coming home.
Yep.
You know what I mean? And many went and many didn't come home.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Hey, but I'm gonna tell
Campbell,
you,
Kentucky.
Back, you know, Fort Drum, upstate New York. 10th Mountain Division.
Yeah, man.
11 Bravo.
Yeah,
you know what 11 Bravo is.
54 Bravo attached to Division Artillery.
Series,
exactly.
You going.
Ain't nothing like us.
You wheels up. But RJ, man, I'm gonna say this. It's disheartening, and I'm very disappointed. RJ has got to be my biggest disappointment this year. And y'all know, people who remember when I had that show, I had that phrase. I said, "Don't talk to me about trading RJ." Even had it on a shirt.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But the young fella, I got to be 100% transparent. I can't shine players up, and when they're playing good, but then when they're playing bad, I gotta pacify them and come with excuses for them. That ain't how this thing works, man.
Right.
This ain't how it works.
Right.
RJ right now is looking unplayable. So much so, and shout out to Tibbs, because everybody kill him too. Shout out to Tibbs for pulling that guy, regardless of that contract, when he is not performing. RJ Barrett got to step up, man, or he going to mess around. He going to be on the first thing smoking at the end of the season. And I already see the blueprint. You can see it. A fly can see it. RJ will not be on this team much longer if he don't get it together.
I agree.
I agree. And I'm going to tell you why. Don't cut me off. Let me finish. Let me finish because I ain't finished. And I'm going to give you, and then I'm going to give it to you. This is the reason why I say this. For everybody who talk about that poison pill contract, do your research. By the end of July, that poison pill is no longer in effect. By the end of July, it's no longer in effect. If you don't believe me, go look at Sport Track. RJ, the problem with RJ is being asked to do something that he can't do.
Yeah.
You asking RJ to be a third option. RJ is a person who needs a lot of touches. He needs a lot of shots to get points. Typically, your third options are efficient shooters. They're not inefficient shooters. And that's the problem. I came to that realization last night on RJ. And it's funny it took that long. But that's who RJ is. It's not saying RJ is a bad player. But for this team and where this team is headed, the New York Knicks, we all know the front office don't sit around. Their job is to make the team better. And that's why I always tell people, man, don't get attached to players, man. You better get attached to progress because you're going to get your feelings hurt getting attached to players. RJ got to start hitting them jump shots. And I ain't letting Grimes off the hook neither. But the only difference with Grimes, this is year 2. And Grimes wasn't a starter from the word go. From the time RJ came in this thing, RJ has been a starter. And that's the difference between them two guys. And RJ was the second option, man. Go ahead.
All right. Okay. So Paris Duggar, thank you for the generous contribution. Paris Duggar says Leon and the Brunsons are building this team. All right, y'all. I got like 30 seconds before I'm gonna get out of here, man. I appreciate everybody for coming through and hanging out with us. We've been rocking the mic for like 4 hours straight, back to back, no breaks. So,
Ron, I wasn't trying to hate on Carmelo. I was just my whole point is I think
I knew you weren't trying to hate on this free, but
hold on.
I was just trying to say I think Brunson can have
Let Freezy close. Let Freezy close.
Back to Ron's point. That's the point.